The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 17, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Randy K. Weber, Sr. to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January the 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the anniversary of the discovery of New York Bay by Giovanni da Verrazzano, which occurred 500 years ago today. Da Verrazzano of Florence, Italy, was the first to lead an expedition to find a western passage from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific. And on April 17, 1524, Verrazzano entered New York Bay, becoming the first to chart the east coast of the United States. His discovery expanded maritime knowledge and sparked inspiration for other explorations, including Henry Hudson's voyage to New York Bay that established New Amsterdam 85 years later. Since then, New York City has become a global economic hub for trade and commerce and has the highest economic impact of any city in the United States. To commemorate the significant impact of Verrazzano's discovery in 1960, Governor Rockefeller named the bridge in our district connecting the boroughs of Staten Island and Brooklyn the Verrazzano Narrows Bridge. And since 1885, the Statue of Liberty has proudly sat in New York Bay, where she welcomed over 12 million immigrants who legally passed through Ellis Island between 1892 and 1954. And today, New York City is home to 8.8 million people, 800,000 of whom are of Italian descent, with the largest population of Italian Americans residing in my district. New York City takes great pride in Giovanni da Verrazzano's discovery, and I join our community in celebrating his historic achievements today. Mr. Speaker, I also rise as a New York City representative in a post-9/11 world to talk about how concerned I am that our border is not secure. Since Joe Biden took office, CBP has encountered at least 340 individuals on the terrorist watch list along the southern border or in our interior. I just want to give you some examples. An Afghan migrant on the terror watch list spent nearly 1 year inside the United States after he was apprehended and released by CBP agents in March of 2023. He was processed at the border. CBP released him without alerting ICE officials about potential terrorism ties, and he was free to fly domestically in the United States. He was arrested in February 2024, then released by immigration judge in March, who was not told that he was a national security risk. Last month, an illegal immigrant from Lebanon caught at the border admitted to CBP that he was a member of Hezbollah and was headed to New York to try to make a bomb. In February of 2024, ICE apprehended another terrorist who was allowed to roam in the U.S. for nearly a year after crossing the border illegally, and the terrorist was a member of Al-Shabaab that was only arrested after ICE became aware of his threat to national security. And in February, a Colombian man on the terror watch list was caught crossing into Eagle Pass area. In August of last year, it was discovered that a smuggler with ISIS ties helped more than a dozen Uzbek migrants into the United States over the southern border. And in April of 2021, CBP announced that they had arrested 2 Yemeni men on the terror watch list in separate incidents as they attempted to illegally cross the southern border in California, and they were both on no-fly lists. Again, we've caught at least 340 individuals, either at the border or in the interior. But the more concerning number is who did we not catch? We know that nearly 2 million people, estimated by CBP, have entered this country without any encounter by government or law enforcement. We don't know who they are, where they are, or what their intentions are. And that comes down to about 800 individuals a day. We need to secure our border, particularly with growing threats from Iran, who said they want to commit an attack on our own soil, Russia, China. And if we're going to send our allies money, which we should support our allies, we need to ensure that our own homeland is secure against these threats as well. Even the FBI director is confirming that joint terrorism task forces in all 56 of FBI's field offices are occupied with threats coming across our border. It's unconscionable to me that the president refuses to reverse any of his 60+, more than 60 border policies that he changed via executive order, and unconscionable to me that Senator Schumer refuses to work with us to force the president, because the president has discretion, right? He put these policies in place to begin with. He can reverse them. Senator Schumer should work with us to force the president to reverse these policies. And I believe our speaker needs to go back to Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer and say, if we're going to pass foreign aid, we must have at least a few common sense border protection measures in there. And I don't think it's that hard to ask from Republicans or Democrats to say, at least let's prohibit individuals who are gangs, terrorists, or criminals from entering into this country. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I would remind the previous speaker that this bill sent bipartisan bill from the Senate, which does in fact deal with the critical issue she raised. The leadership of the Republican Party has refused to take that bill up. But there's another more important issue that confronts this House that we should have acted on days, weeks, months ago. And that is the security of the global community, the sanctity of international law, and the saving of the sovereignty of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of an embattled Israel and a beleaguered Ukraine and apprehensive allies around the world. A month ago, Speaker Johnson said, quote, "No one wants Vladimir Putin to prevail." I'm of the opinion that wouldn't stop in Ukraine, said our Speaker. If he was allowed, he'd go all the way through Europe. Speaker Johnson, a month ago, there is, he said, a right and wrong. There's good versus evil, in my view, and Ukraine is the victim here. They were invaded. We stand with good. He went on to say, I understand the timetable, and I understand the necessity of urgency of the funding. And yet we twiddle our thumbs without any paper on this floor as to how we're going to affect the urgent end of which the Speaker spoke. He then said, just April 16th, we need, he said, steady leadership. We need steady hands on the wheel. Look, said the Speaker, I regard myself as a wartime speaker. If he regards himself as that, he must act now. There is no time for delay. There is no time for political chaos to impede our aid to Ukraine. Clearly, we're not acting urgently. If we did, we would have allowed us to pass the Senate National Security Bill a long time ago. Putin has got to be happy with the failure to bring the Senate bill to the floor. It must look like Gulliver's Travels with little people in America, the Lilliputians that are in our midst, tying down America's ability to respond. We've seen the consequences of House inaction. Over the weekend, Iran made an unprecedented attack on Israel, launching roughly 350 drones and missiles at targets across the country. They see an irresolved United States, although Israel shot down nearly all of them with the support of America. God bless President Biden and our allies. The audacity and breadth of Iran's attack ought to concern us all as Americans and as global citizens. In Ukraine, we have allowed our allies to run so low on ammunition that their air defenses cannot fend off similar air attacks. Shame on America. Shame on this House. Indeed, Iran supplies Putin with the same drones and missiles to strike Ukrainian cities. Meanwhile, Ukrainian soldiers are so starved for ammunition that they wade into swamps in search of abandoned Russian artillery shells they can reuse. That is how committed they are to winning this war, and that is how desperate they are for our aid. This Congress has failed to provide it for them for 473 days. The world watches us and wonders, does America remain the defender of freedom, democracy, and its allies? Has the wellspring of democracy run dry? The free world expects more from the great arsenal of democracy, and so should we. Most members of this House do. Over 300 members of this House have voted for the proposition contained in the Senate bill. On 7 occasions in the past year, over 300 Democrats and Republicans voted to aid Ukraine. Even more of us voted to aid Israel. We're not a silent majority, but a silenced majority. Silenced by a speaker who refused to give us a vote. It will pass. He could put the Senate supplemental on the floor at any moment, and it would pass with a large bipartisan majority. Freedom is waiting upon us today.
Gentleman's time has expired.
International law is waiting for us to redress the grievance that has occurred by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, let us act now.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the greatest hockey coaches of all time, Herb Brooks, once said, "Let me start with issuing you a challenge. Be better than you are. Set a goal that seems unattainable, and when you reach that goal, set another one even higher." I can think of few people who have consistently risen to that challenge better than our floor director, David Planning. As the head of our whip operation for the last year and a half, David has played an integral part in making sure our House Republican majority delivers on our agenda for the American people. And with the slimmest majority in history, who only controls barely 1/2 of 1/3 of the government, making sure we get our priorities across the finish line is no easy feat. But in large part, thanks to David's grit, professionalism, and insatiable desire to win, House Republicans have been able to pass signature pieces of legislation that much larger majorities could not. But it's not just David's fierce competitiveness that makes him great. It's the intentional relationships he's created with people across every sector of our conference. It's the steadiness he exudes, no matter how high the stakes. And it's his positivity that not only makes him a winner, but makes him an incredible teammate. Competitor, winner, teammate. Those are the words that come to mind when I think about David Planning. And although we're quite sad for him to leave us as he moves on to another career opportunity at the end of the month, I have no doubt that those characteristics will continue to carry him far. David, thank you for your service, not just to our office, but for our entire House Republican Conference. Thank you for your steadfast commitment to our common sense conservative agenda. Thank you for giving up so many nights, weekends, and holidays to make sure that our conference is successful in our mission to counteract Joe Biden and the Democrats' failed agenda. And most importantly, thank you for your friendship and the incredible memories that we're going to have from the last 15 months. Never stop setting and reaching your goals. We cannot wait to see how you excel outside the halls of Congress, and we wish you nothing but the best in your next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to the massacre of the Palestinian people and the urgent need to de-escalate the Middle East. For months now, after the brutal attack on October 7th, the world has watched in horror as the crisis in Gaza has worsened daily. Today, less than 200 days later, nearly 34,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces. Every day that goes by without a ceasefire is another day that Palestinians are subjected to violence, starvation, death, and destruction. And every day that we do not de-escalate the region, more lives are put at risk. Mr. Speaker, I condemn the Iranian military's attack on Israel, and I condemn the Israeli military's attack on the Iranian consulate in Syria. These escalations are dangerous, and we now find ourselves at a critical inflection point. We can either leverage diplomacy to de-escalate tensions and push for peace, or we can stand idly by as this spirals into a broader regional conflict that will result in more loss of life, Palestinian, Israeli, and American. We must de-escalate, and facilitating a lasting ceasefire in the region is the only path forward. Some of my colleagues seem all too willing to rush into an endless war with Iran and continue providing a blank check to the Israeli military. Right now, Palestinians in Gaza are being starved, bombed, tortured, and executed. Generations of Palestinian families have been wiped out. Over 2 million are displaced from homes that have been razed to the ground. Make no mistake, history will remember this moment as a genocide. We cannot bomb our way to peace, and the U.S. must stop using our tax dollars to arm the Israeli military with more bombs and bullets. The same bombs and bullets that have been used to kill over 14,000 children in Gaza. Shameful. It's why we see momentum across the globe in support of a ceasefire. Millions are marching peacefully in the streets. A ceasefire is the mandate. A ceasefire to surge humanitarian aid. A ceasefire to bring all the hostages home. A ceasefire to save lives. We will never be silent in the face of injustice. Ceasefire now. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Luke Bailey Santos of Cambridge, Massachusetts. Our community is devastated over the loss of Luke. He was a force for good and a bright light in politics and in our world. Luke believed deeply in the power of community organizing and could build meaningful relationships with folks from any and every walk of life because he cared deeply. He knew that our destinies were tied and our humanity connected. He had a heart for storytelling as well. He represented the best of us. A genuine person who loved his family, his friends, and the pursuit of justice. Luke never had an agenda, only passion. He was ready to roll up his sleeves and play any role. Our team often described him as a wonder kid and the kid who would be president someday. Luke, I am devastated that your time on this earth was so short. Your 20 years were filled with meaning and contribution and love. You made every day count, and every day you made our world better. In your name, we will continue the work of building a more just one. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the passing of a true community builder, the unofficial mayor of MIT, Mr. Paul Parvano. Paul was compelled to work, so tell me about yourself, into every single conversation he had, and he meant it. So let me tell you a little bit about him. Paul Parvano joined MIT's Office of Government and Community Affairs in 1990. He touched countless students, faculty, community leaders, and elected officials in his 33 years of service. He was committed to the full inclusion of disabled people in every aspect of life. He served as a board member of the National Braille Press, just one of his many contributions to the empowerment and upliftment of the broader disability community. A Braille champion, his advocacy improved access to financial information for the blind across the United States. His contributions earned him the Cambridge NAACP's Lifetime Achievement Award, the Cambridge Community Center's Reverend Nicholas Founders Award, and he was the inaugural recipient of the MIT Staff Award for Distinction in Service, all well-deserved. But his legacy was really forged in the intimate moments he shared so freely with any and everyone he met and how generously he shared his hard-fought wisdom. He showed us how to lead with compassion. And although he was blind, Paul saw people. He saw the infinite possibilities within people and in our world more than any person I've ever known. To his wife, Martha, and his daughters, Emily and Ellie, thank you for sharing Paul's light and love with us. We are a better commonwealth because of him. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the town of Oro Valley's 50th anniversary. On April 15, 1974, Oro Valley started as a small town with only 1,200 people. Today, it has grown into a booming community with a population of over 48,000 Arizonans. The town recently celebrated their 50th anniversary with community performances from local bands, fireworks, and parades. This celebration was a testament to the sense of community and strong neighborly values my family and I have been fortunate enough to experience ourselves over the years. Thank you to Mayor Winfield and Vice Mayor Barrett for their leadership to the community. I am so proud to represent Oro Valley and so many other wonderful communities like this in our district. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of lead police officer Adam R. Buckner, one of Arizona's brave law enforcement officers who tragically passed away on Sunday, March 31st, 2024. At just 31 years old, Adam lost his life while serving our community so bravely in Tucson. Officer Buckner started his law enforcement career with the New Orleans Police Department in 2017, then joined the Tucson Police Department in November of 2021. Officer Buckner recently won Midtown Division's Officer of the Month Award for his dedication to the community. His commitment to community service shined bright during his time as a lead police officer at the Tucson Police Department. Officer Buckner was committed to helping others in times of need and truly loved the Tucson community. He's remembered as a loyal, kind, and selfless friend, and remains a true hero in the hearts of our Tucson community. Officer Buckner is survived by his wife, mother, sister, and 3 brothers. We will never forget Officer Buckner's sacrifice, or the ultimate sacrifice of any first responder. His death is a reminder that our police, fire, medical personnel, and all first responders risk their lives every time they put on the uniform. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service and are eternally grateful for his contributions. Mr. Speaker, this past week, Iran has launched a direct, aggressive, unprovoked attack on our ally Israel. I was on the ground in Israel less than 2 weeks ago with a group of 18 of my colleagues to hear from Israeli police, soldiers, and officials about the importance of the United States partnership. As Israel defends itself in their war against Hamas, Iran, and other proxy terrorists, the U.S.-Israel friendship is more crucial than ever. I met with families of hostages and visited sites of the October 7th attacks, one of the most impactful parts of my visit. We have seen the names, the numbers, the footage, but when you meet the families who lost loved ones or visit with them, like we did this week, it is even more gut-wrenching. We also met with several Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Herzog. 193 days. That's how long the Israeli hostages have been held by Hamas terrorists. In Israel, I spoke with the families of the hostages. For months, these families have agonized over not knowing the status of their loved ones. As a parent myself, it's an unimaginable pain. We must stand in solidarity with Israel and bring every hostage home now. It's a sober moment, a somber moment, but incredibly impactful visit, and only reinforced my support for our friends in Israel. Then 6 days after I returned, Iran launched an attack on our ally Israel. Over the weekend, Iran launched an attack on Israel that included the use of 185 drones, 110 surface-to-surface missiles, and 36 cruise missiles. Despite the scale, this attack was rendered unsuccessful due to Israel's military air defense and their partnership with the United States. I am now more than ever going to continue to protect the U.S.-Israel relationship. I am proud to co-sponsor one of the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriation Act. This body must act now. We need to come together to support our ally. Time is of the essence. I urge my colleagues to stand united on this issue immediately.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, I'm asking our chamber to please take a moment and recognize that we are experiencing a Black maternal health crisis in our country. In Michigan's 12th Congressional District, we are experiencing not only the Black maternal health crisis, but also infant mortality crisis. We don't want another study. We want action. Michigan's has one of the highest death rates among Black women in our country because our systems and institutions have failed to provide our Black neighbors with the comprehensive, high-quality care they deserve. A system free of systemic racism. To address Black maternal mortality crisis, we must understand and acknowledge our country's racist history and the ways in which it has manifested in our healthcare system. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes more than white women, and this is unacceptable. Black women have consistently been neglected and mistreated in our healthcare system. They should feel safe and supported by their healthcare professionals, and they should be believed. Black women in frontline communities like ours also live with the devastating effects of pre-existing conditions from air and water pollution. I founded the Congressional Mamas Caucus with Mothering Justice because we were tired. We were tired of policies created about mothers, but not with mothers. I'm also incredibly proud to have been the co-sponsor and continue to support the Black Maternal Health Omnibus Bill Act, a comprehensive bill that would address every dimension of the maternal health crisis in America. This legislative package would extend to WIC eligibility, fund community-based organization, prioritize Black maternal mental health, support incarcerated mothers, and invest in federal programs to address the Black maternal health crisis. I will not stop until Black women receive the equitable, non-discriminatory, comprehensive care they deserve. Mr. Speaker, water contaminated by lead service lines can be found in every single congressional district in our country. From rural areas to densely populated cities, lead service lines are widespread and pose serious health risks to all of us, but particularly our children. I founded the Get the Lead Out Caucus with the goal of eliminating lead from our drinking water once and for all. Experts have estimated that we need $60 billion to replace every single lead pipe in America in the next 10 years. We continue to wake up to stories about children being poisoned and in cities having to hand out bottled water because they have failed to invest in our water infrastructure. We are now seeing our own food supply being impacted by toxic water being used to wash produce that end up in our refrigerator and our dining room tables. People across our country are being forced to drink, bathe, cook, and wash dishes with water that is literally poisoning our bodies. This is a public health crisis, Mr. Speaker, and it affects all of us in the United States. I'm proud that I'm leading in partnership with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell and Lisa Rochester in leading an appropriations request to provide $1.5 billion in additional funding for lead service line replacement in Michigan and throughout the country in the next fiscal year. I ask my colleagues to please join me in this initiative. I know that many of our municipalities have talked to all of us about struggling to find the resources to meet the urgent need for lead pipe detection and replacement. So this $1.5 billion would keep us on track for our goal of total nationwide lead pipe replacement in the next decade. Tribal nations across our Great Lakes remind us that water is life. There is no precious resource than water. We must continue to demand that clean, affordable water is a human right in our country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment and congratulate Layla Nasher, a resident from our district and a dedicated leader in our community, for becoming the first Yemeni American woman to earn the prestigious Truman Scholarship Award. Born in Aden, Yemen, Layla is a proud immigrant and was raised by her mother in Detroit. In 2021, I had the honor and privilege of Layla interning in our office, and since then have watched from afar her incredible commitment to public service, and it continues just to grow. Layla is committed to advancing equity in our public education and supporting underserved communities and first-generation college students like herself. As a student at Harvard, she is now studying social anthropology and history and inspiring young Yemeni American women in our community and across our country to pursue their dreams. I am so proud of you, Layla, in receiving the Truman Scholarship Award, and cannot wait to see all that you are going to be able to accomplish in the years to come. Please join me in congratulating Layla for her outstanding achievements and deep commitment to our community. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we witnessed the egregious overreach of government during the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in the infringement of Americans' rights and devastating consequences for our economy and an unprecedented government spending. From the outset of the pandemic, we witnessed unprecedented government actions that trampled upon our basic freedoms and liberties. Social shutdowns, mandated mask wearing, and vaccine mandates were imposed with little regard for individual autonomy, constitutional rights, or people's personal health issues. These heavy-handed measures not only eroded the fabric of our society, but also inflicted severe economic harm on businesses and families across the nation. Those of us with an ounce of common sense suspected from the beginning that COVID was little more than the flu and that the government's actions bordered on martial law. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, we were told. Well, were we played, or how did that really turn out when it became 3+ years? Instead of allowing citizens medical freedom, they forced the jab onto all of us, encouraging employers to threaten employees with termination if they didn't comply, keeping kids out of college in order to return to their classes. They had to take the jab. One of the common controversies came from ivermectin, which we now know, and many knew at the time, works as a very effective early treatment for COVID-19. How many people were harmed because they weren't allowed this early treatment because it was politicized? Indeed, recently, FDA finally had to walk back an early on smart aleck tweet they made trying to compare real ivermectin that is prescribed for people and formulated for people to something that would be comparable for livestock. And so after having suffered that embarrassment, they had to walk it back. And in the meantime, how many lives are lost because this early treatment was not available? Instead, they were forced into other types of treatment or flat being ignored when doctors and hospitals said, well, come back to us when it's really bad, then we'll check you in. Americans should have the right to make their own informed decisions with doctors they trust, including the choice to use alternatives such as ivermectin, and especially in early treatment. It's very troubling the government has actually suppressed information about treatments for COVID-19, including ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and other materials that were available, while promoting instead a one-size-fits-all centered around vaccines, safe and effective, we were told. In fact, the FDA's censorship of information about ivermectin has had real-world consequences for medical professionals who dared to speak out. Again, what you see is that FDA had to walk back their lies and their deception about this. And they also were browbeating hospitals and doctors into selling the same thing. We see that even in my local area, where people are asking legitimate questions about ivermectin and were made fun of. Oh, this is just horse paste. You don't want to do that. Medical experts are contradicting themselves time and time again since the beginning of the pandemic. We were told to lock down for 2 weeks, right? So then it was masks, and then it was double masks. Then it was something called social distancing. For a while, they thought ventilators were going to be the issue for that, so they hurried manufacturers into making ventilators, and then they found out maybe those are actually harmful. So now we have, before Trump left office, we had top officials saying, oh, I'll never take it if it's Trump's medicine. Then immediately after, they were forcing it on people when Biden took over. Interesting how that works. Commonplace therapeutics with decades of human usage and proven success, including ivermectin, which won a Nobel Prize in 2015 for its life-saving qualities, again, as I mentioned, were branded as an unsafe horse medication. Treatment methods of itis should be a topic of debate or discussion. Indeed, the experts should be allowed to bring this forward that have all people's best interests in mind. If a treatment works, then it should be distributed as widely as possible, or at least allowed. Whether it's a vaccine, a dosage of ivermectin, or an infusion of monoclonal antibodies. The politicization of differing treatments hurt Americans by restricting their ability to receive life-saving medicines, especially early treatment when it could have probably saved thousands of lives. As we stand today, there's multiple options that have been proven effective in treating the virus, but we hear the same old saw about the latest iteration of a vaccine being forced upon people and making billions for pharmaceutical companies. So we should be able to choose what we want. If you want to take therapeutics, you should have that ability to take them. In a lawsuit filed in Texas, 3 doctors claimed that the FDA's actions interfered with their medical practices and harmed their reputations. Pharmacists have refused to fill ivermectin prescriptions for patients, and doctors have faced professional repercussions for simply advocating for the use of ivermectin. There's much more, but when these people ask for forgiveness for lying to us like that, no way. There needs to be prosecution. I go back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshoo, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as the only member of Congress of Armenian Assyrian descent, I rise to commemorate Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, which will be observed next week by the Armenian community in the United States and around the world. On this solemn occasion, we remember the 1.5 million Armenians and hundreds of thousands of Assyrians, Greeks, Chaldeans, Syriacs, Aramaeans, and Maronites who were systematically slaughtered by the Ottoman Empire between 1915 and 1923. What all the victims had in common is that they were Christians, and among them, members of my own family. To honor my ancestors and all who perished, I worked with so many other members for nearly 3 decades to pass a resolution recognizing the Armenian genocide. For many years, the conventional wisdom in Washington was that a misguided policy of genocide denial served U.S. geopolitical interests. But thanks to the determined advocacy of the Armenian American community, we overcame this entrenched opposition. And in October 2019, the resolution passed the House by a bipartisan vote of 405 to 11, ending over 100 years of official U.S. silence. As the vote total was announced, I thought my parents, grandparents, and extended family were applauding from heaven. Now, nearly 5 years later, it's important to acknowledge that the fears of the resolution's detractors never materialized. Rather than diminishing America's standing in the world, our recognition of the Armenian genocide has done the opposite, strengthening American global leadership by affirming our commitment to human rights. I'm proud of the progress we've made, but we have more work to do to combat the lasting effects of genocide denial, which has left many Americans unaware of this dark chapter of history. My legislation, the Armenian Genocide Education Act, addresses this issue by establishing a program within the Library of Congress to develop educational resources on the Armenian genocide to be used in American schools. With nearly 90 co-sponsors, this legislation is the most co-sponsored bipartisan bill pending before the House Administration Committee. So I urge the chairman of the committee and the ranking member, Mr. Morell, to report this bill out of committee as soon as possible. I'm confident that it would pass with a large bipartisan vote when it comes to the floor of the House. This bill is critical because it is so often said that those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. Alarmingly, it felt as if history were repeating itself last September when Azerbaijan perpetuated an ethnic cleansing campaign against the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh that bore a disturbing resemblance to the mass displacements committed by Ottoman forces a century ago. This atrocity was preceded by a grueling blockade that deprived civilians of food, medicine, and other essentials for over 9 months, bringing them to their knees. We must not wait another century to hold Azerbaijan accountable for the crimes it has committed against the Armenian people. That's why I once again call on the State Department to end U.S. military aid to Azerbaijan, sanction Azerbaijani officials for human rights abuses, and provide desperately needed aid for the 120,000 Armenians who were forced from their homes at gunpoint last year. The best way to honor the legacies of those who perished in the Armenian genocide is by using our voices to prevent atrocities today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize and celebrate a selfless civil servant who has served the 2nd District of Nebraska for well over 20 years in federal, state, and local government. James Wright currently serves as our district director and has made a lasting impact for our constituents. In 2001, James started a decade-long position with my friend and former Congressman Lee Terry as a constituent liaison and special projects coordinator, a role in which he handled constituent casework and developed outreach projects that address the needs of local governments, private and civic organizations, and other constituents. One of his most impactful achievements was leading the district's transition assistance program after the FCC directed the conversion of all TV and radio systems from analog to digital. His model comprehensive program included information, education, and engagement to many who needed assistance to make a smooth and seamless transition. Then after a decade with Congressman Terry, former Governor David Heineman, also my friend, asked James to head up the Office of Violence Prevention, where he was responsible for developing, fostering, promoting, and assessing violence prevention programs throughout the state of Nebraska. James served there for a year before returning to federal service and working with U.S. Senator Mike Johanns, a man I respect very much. And he served as a special projects coordinator and a constituent services representative, where he continued his passion for helping constituents by funding resources and solutions to resolve their cases. Following his time in the U.S. Senate, James once again took a detour from his federal service and worked for the city of Omaha under another one of my friends, Mayor Gene Stothert, as the director of community outreach. In that role, he assisted the neighborhood groups and alliances through the development of community outreach programs. After working in city government, James served under my friend and predecessor, Congressman Brad Ashford, as Director of Constituent Services, where he provided direct assistance to constituents, delivering guidance and assistance to the Constituent Services team. He also worked with the senior staff to develop and maintain strategic relationships with relevant stakeholders in state and local government related to issues of importance to the congressional district. During this time, his leadership was key to the authorization of the first ever public-private partnership that constructed a modern veteran healthcare center that has become the standard across the nation in how to deliver better, faster, and more effective VA care. James joined my team, or our team, in January of 2017. And as our district director, James oversees the management and operation of the office, supervises and mentors our staff, and leads engagement with a multitude of local organizations and constituents and elected officials across a wide variety of issue areas. James also supervises all our constituent services, delivering the best constituent services in Congress as recognized by the Congressional Management Foundation in 2021. But James' service to the community goes way beyond his 20 years of federal civil service. He's a semi-professional actor. James has served as a board member of the Omaha Community Playhouse since 2019 and has starred in several of their productions, including roles in Fences, Sweat, and Parade. He also is a board member for the Lutheran Outdoor Ministries, focusing on the promotion of Carol Joy Holland Camp, which provides Christian education, spiritual, psychological, social, personal, and professional development in an environment that is free of any discrimination based on race, religion, color, creed, disability, national origin, age, or ancestry. Most importantly, James is a loving husband to his wife, Angie, and father to his 7-year-old son, Lincoln. He offers much of the credit for his success to his mother, Sherry, a commissioned officer in the United States Air Force, who taught him to stand up for himself, and that through hard work and determination, he could accomplish anything he set his mind to. I want to add to, on a personal note, James is a great supervisor. He cares for people, he's strategic, and he's been a blessing as our district director running our Omaha office. Congratulations to James on his 20+ years of service to his community in the 2nd District, Congressional District of Nebraska. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. As a member of the Subcommittee on National Security, I rise in strong support of aid for a free and independent Ukraine. I also stand in solidarity with the more than 37 million Ukrainian people who have never relented in their fight for freedom in the face of more than 2 years of state-sponsored terrorism launched by Russian President Vladimir Putin. This past weekend, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces reported that with U.S. assistance depleted, Ukrainian army positions along the country's 600-mile eastern border have worsened significantly in recent days. With Ukrainian soldiers facing a critical munitions shortage, Russian troops are currently firing 10 artillery rounds for every Ukrainian round. Until the prolonged impasse on Ukraine funding here in Congress, the United States was the primary ammunition supplier for the Ukrainian army. Now the top American military commander in Europe describes the situation succinctly. He says, quote, "If one side can shoot and the other side can't shoot back, the side that can't shoot back loses." It's as simple as that. Ukraine's air and missile defense systems are also similarly depleted. In reference to a recent Russian airstrike targeting a key power plant in the Kyiv region, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky indicated that Ukraine simply ran out of the missiles necessary to defend its critical energy infrastructure. Russia, in fact, has taken full tactical advantage of escalating lapses in the Ukrainian air defenses, launching aerial offensives against almost every power plant in the country. Not surprisingly, Russian troops are continuing to advance in the Donetsk region in eastern Ukraine, a primary goal of Vladimir Putin. Russia has brutally bombarded the city of Mirnarod, also known as the City of Peace, and is now well positioned to capture the strategic town of Chasiv Yar, whose high ground will enable Russian forces to launch direct offensive against the last Ukrainian-held strongholds in the east. Meanwhile, over 40% of Ukraine's civilian population, or nearly 15 million people, are in need of urgent humanitarian assistance. The United Nations Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine reports that the country endured a 20% increase in civilian casualties and injuries last month over February of 2024, with double the number of children killed or injured. Moreover, large-scale coordinated attacks on Ukraine's civilian energy infrastructure destroyed or damaged 20 energy facilities across the country, leaving millions without electricity and running water. According to the Global Rights Compliance and International Human Rights Organization that is assisting the Ukrainian government investigating and prosecuting Russian war crimes, the stark reality is that more and more Ukrainians are dying by the day as Ukraine as the Ukraine aid package remains stalled in Congress. After several months of refusing to even consider aid for Ukraine, Speaker Johnson is now indicating that he plans to bring up a foreign package as soon as this week. Unfortunately, the House Republican majority is still playing politics with a matter of grave importance to the Ukrainian people and democracy globally, going to great lengths to craft legislation designed to appease an extreme faction of the Republican conference. This political gamesmanship continues even though the United States Senate passed a bipartisan foreign aid package more than 2 months ago that I believe would easily pass this House with the necessary support from members on both sides of the aisle. We have reached a new low in this Congress. It is totally unthinkable throughout our history that a Republican member of this House would attack a Democratic ally and support a gangster and a war criminal like Vladimir Putin, but that is where we are today. Ukrainian President Zelensky recently stated, "The United States Congress needs to think twice about pushing these political matters with regard to support in Ukraine and vote to support all of the countries whose lives depend upon it." I strongly agree. I urge the House Republican leadership to take up the Senate bill, ensure that Ukraine and our other international allies, like Israel, will receive the support they urgently need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'd like to honor and recognize the Guam Chamber of Commerce, who this year are celebrating their 100th anniversary. The Guam Chamber of Commerce has and continues to be the voice of economic growth in Guam, an advocate for enhancement of small businesses, and organizations which promotes opportunities for employers and employees alike, an association of like-minded business entities focused on improving industries, and a leadership which expands on professionalism. The Guam Chamber of Commerce is an icon of commerce within the Marianas and Pacific region in general. On behalf of the House of Representatives, I would like to congratulate President Catherine Castro, Chairman of the Board Ernie Galeto, and Board of Directors of the Guam Chamber of Commerce, along with hundreds of businesses and organizations who comprise of their membership on the celebration of their 100th anniversary. We thank them for fostering commerce activity in Guam over the past 10 decades and look forward to decades more of their dedication towards our island's economic growth. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Mayor Melissa Savarez as she serves her final term as mayor of Dededo, Guam. For close to 2 decades, she has dedicated herself to the betterment of families, youth, and Manonco residing across Guam's largest village. Savarez's history of service includes her time as president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, a board member of the Guam Community Health Centers, a commissioner on the Serve Guam Commission AmeriCorps program, and a member of the Civilian Military Task Force, among other things. Mayor Savarez is a powerhouse in her community and is widely known across the island for her heart for public service and her efforts in preventing crime in the village. Under her leadership, the Dededo Municipal Planning Council has sponsored youth sports teams and initiatives such as Youth Drug-Free Summer Basketball League, student robotics, and real-world design challenges, to name a few. I would like to say thank you to Mayor Savarez for her commitment to the village of Dededo and wish her the very best in retirement. Her departure from the office would undoubtedly be felt, but I am certain she has laid a solid foundation for continued growth and development in Dededo to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the place I get to call home and serve, the 407, known as the City Beautiful. From its charming mom and pop shops to world-class attractions, the success of our city is a testament to the incredible and unwavering spirit of our community. Orlando is a place like no other. And at the heart of our city is a thriving small business community whose passion and dedication is felt by everyone they serve, especially when it comes to Orlando's amazing and diverse food scene. And as we celebrate the spirit of community, pride, and support that defines the 407, let us reaffirm our commitment to its continued success by uplifting our local businesses. In supporting them, we ensure that Orlando remains not just a place full of potential, but a city that can truly thrive. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize extraordinary Black luminaries from around Central Florida and their achievements and contributions to our city. Their dedication shapes our everyday history, reminding us to uphold Black voices in government, community, business, and all spaces of power. Carolyn Fennell, Shanta Barton Stubbs, Miss Mary Maxwell, Reginald B. McGill, Tanisha Nunn Gary, Joseph Caesar, Reverend James T. Morris, Ronald O. Rogers, and Thomas Chapman. We're reading their names into the record today because nobody can erase their contributions to building a better Central Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because yesterday, the state of Florida and our entire nation lost a dedicated public servant, senator, governor, respectable statesman, husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Bob Graham. Bob Graham dedicated his life to public service. He dedicated his life to the people, and he was a champion for all of us. From his work on protecting the Everglades and fighting for our environment, to fighting for education and opportunity for all students, to even teaching citizenship before he was elected at Miami-Dade County High School, Bob Graham's legacy can be seen everywhere across the state of Florida and in all of us. He truly represented a time in Florida politics that we could all be proud of. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 4 extraordinary women for their impact on Central Florida and beyond. Their tireless efforts, unwavering determination, and profound achievements have shaped our local history and continue to inspire generations to come. We honor them for their strength of character, unwavering spirit, and profound influence that they have on our community. Graciela Norjum Jacoby, Chief Operating Officer of the Heart of Florida United Way. Dr. Marie Jose Francisco, founder of the Center for Multicultural Wellness and Prevention. Pastor Sharon Y. Ruler, founder and pastor of Agape Perfecting Praise and Worship Center. And Ms. Am, Associate General Counsel at the University of Central Florida. I want to celebrate these women and all that they've done for our community. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Winter Park's new mayor, Sheila DeCiccio. Winter Park is a historic and unique community in my district, filled with charm and beauty that attracts new visitors, but has fostered a deep sense of community for many of Central Florida's residents. Mayor DeCiccio is a longtime Winter Park resident and has always put her community first by volunteering, sitting on the city's Board of Commissioners, and now will be serving as the City of Winter Park's first woman to be mayor. Winter Park faces unique challenges: responsible growth, affordable housing, and infrastructure improvements. But Mayor DeCiccio's deep roots in the community and her passion to tackle these challenges with her community's best interests at heart will ensure that she and the City of Winter Park are successful. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Mayor DeCiccio, and I'm eager to work alongside her to work for and with the people of Winter Park. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Donna Camacho's service and leadership at the Alzheimer's Association Georgia chapter. Donna, a Savannah resident, has contributed over 19 years of volunteer leadership at the Alzheimer's Association. During her time, she has been actively involved in various roles, including serving as co-chair on the board of directors and as Georgia's congressional ambassador of the organization. Donna's involvement in health-related fields extends beyond her time at the Alzheimer's Association. For over 30 years, she served at the Chatham County Health Department's program manager. As a pharmacist, I understand just how vital it is to continue to push for advancements in our healthcare system, especially for Alzheimer's disease, detection, diagnosis, and prevention. Donna has diligently worked to increase awareness for Alzheimer's patients, and I wish her the best in her future endeavors. She is a friend to all, and if you get to know her, she might even bake you one of her most famous chocolate cakes. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the historic Harrington School on St. Simon's Island. Originally called the Harrington Graded School, the one-room schoolhouse was built by African-American tradesmen in 1924. The school was the main educational structure for 3 African-American communities on St. Simon's Island. In the 1960s, many students left the school to attend St. Simon's Elementary. The building was briefly used as a daycare center until being abandoned in 1970. Restoration efforts were led by the St. Simon's African American Heritage Coalition and the St. Simon's Land Trust in 2004. The restored Harrington School is now a community gathering space for holidays, celebrations, meetings, and other events. Congratulations to the Harrington School on its 100th anniversary. Keep up the good work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of Howard Cohen, a member of the Savannah community who inspired and influenced so many. After graduating from the Benedictine Military School and Armstrong College, Cohen served in the nation's Air Force Division during the Korean War. In 1952, Cohen established Savannah's first weightlifting gym, drawing in nationwide attention for those interested and involved in the sport. Cohen's athletic ambitions were taken up by his son, Michael, who went on to make the U.S. Olympic weightlifting team in 1980 under his father's guidance. And for himself, Cohen's love, passion, and dedication to weightlifting set him on the path to achieve many notable titles. In fact, he was a 10-time Pan American champion who achieved 32 national championships. His legacy will live on, and he will continue to serve as a role model for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Sharp Memorial Methodist Church in Young Harris, Georgia. Built in 1948 and opened in 1949, Sharp Memorial Methodist Church has been a cornerstone of the Young Harris community. The church was named after Dr. Joseph Astor Sharp, born in 1864. After graduating from Emory at Oxford, Dr. Sharp served as president of Young Harris College for 25 years. Dr. Sharp dedicated his life to the service of others and deeply inspired his congregation, the community, and generations of students. Standing at the entrance of Young Harris College, Sharp Memorial Methodist Church continues to honor his legacy and serve the community. 75 years later, Young Harris trustees, local community, and alumni are coming together for a week of celebration, reflection, and looking ahead. The legacy of Dr. Sharp and the ongoing work of Sharp Memorial Methodist Church will undoubtedly strengthen and enrich the community for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to amend and
without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House Foreign Relations Committee, I want to address the House on the challenges we face in Ukraine, the challenges in the Middle East with Israel and Iran, and in Taiwan and Asia. The world is watching and looking for American leadership. Iran has launched a telegraphed attack on Israel, sending over 350 drones and missiles last weekend. Seeing these missiles being intercepted above the Temple Mount emphasizes Iran's disregard for Muslim, Jewish, and Christian holy sites and their desire to take innocent lives. Iran's actions continue to disrupt opportunities for peace in the Middle East. I was in Israel 2 weeks ago, one of over a dozen trips I have made to the Middle East in the last 30 years. Before the attack on October 7th, Saudi Arabia was on the brink of signing a peace agreement in joining the Abraham Accords. Formalizing a Saudi-Israeli relations for both countries would achieve strategic and military goals ranging from defense to food security to innovation, thus bringing hope for more peaceful opportunities with moderate Arab nations. When the Ayatollah saw this, I believe he pulled the strings on proxy forces to stop these negotiations that resulted in Hamas's horrific attack on innocent Israeli citizens on October 7th that took over 1,200 lives and 200 hostages. Iran is one of the #1 state-sponsored terrorists in the world, is #1. For years, the Iranian regime has been funding Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis to spread international chaos. Iran has directly or through its proxy killed hundreds of Americans that have been in the region. China is also threatening Taiwan and watching how the United States responds to other conflicts around the world. They are watching. The new axis of evil, Iran, Russia, China, and North Korea, presents an ever-threatening, growing threat to the United States and our allies. This is a seminal moment in American and world history, I believe. Therefore, we cannot abandon our allies in their darkest time of need. Ukraine needs our support. For months, the Senate passed the supplemental aid package that has been held hostage by my Republican colleagues, who some appear to be on the side of Russia. I don't get it. President Reagan and Senator McCain must be turning over on their graves. It's been over 6 months since the attack on October 7th, and what has the House done? Nothing. Wasting time on baseless impeachments, threatening a motion to vacate, close to shutting down government. But yet again, House Democrats have stepped in to save the day. We've always been clear. On day one, we're here to govern, putting people before politics. We've extended the hand of bipartisanship to work on behalf of the American people and the security of our country. And we've demonstrated our words with action, passing and extending the debt ceiling, avoiding government shutdown 3 times, and finally passing our budget 6 months late. 195 Democrats have signed the discharge petition to bring the Senate-passed supplemental package to the floor for a vote. The House must pass the national security package this week. It will provide additional equipment for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, with critical and security and military needs to defend their freedom, and therefore our freedom. Providing humanitarian aid for the Palestinians who have been horrifically punished and suffered in Gaza, and Armenian refugees removed from their historical home in Nagorno-Karabakh, along with investments in border security to help alleviate challenges we have here. So I ask my colleagues, will you stand with freedom-loving democracies and help bring this bill to the floor and support Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan? Or will you stand with Putin and embolden his mafia of dictators to further attack our allies? That is the question. Your actions will show not only the American people, but history where you stood in protecting the future of democracies. The world is watching. This is our Churchill-Chamberlain moment. Will we be like Churchill and continue to be the beacon of light for freedom around the world? Or will we try to appease, as Chamberlain did, to the Nazi dictator Hitler that resulted in the cause of over 100 million deaths during World War II? That is the question. This is the moment. We must stand for freedom. We must pass a security package this week for Ukraine, for Israel, for Taiwan, and for freedom-loving people around the world. That is the challenge we face this week. I hope we are successful. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the Ruritan Clubs in Mount Sidney, New Hope, and Weir's Cave for their 85-year commitment to serving their local communities. As a fellow Ruritan, I know how well these clubs embody the spirit of service and community that is the backbone of rural America. Through volunteer work and donations, these Ruritan clubs keep our district beautifully maintained and bolster communal ties. They also hold annual events like barbecues to raise the funds they need to positively impact our local communities. On April 13th, a special celebration was held at the Weir's Cave Community Center to honor the past, present, and future generations of Ruritans who have made and continue to make significant contributions to their communities. This event was not just a recognition of these long-lived charters, it's a testament to the enduring spirit of community service and unity. Therefore, it's with immense pride and gratitude that I stand here today to congratulate Mount Sidney, New Hope, and Weir's Cave Ruritan Clubs on their 85th anniversary. Their ongoing work to instill a commitment to public service reflects the best of what it means to be a part of a community. Thank you to these Ruritan Clubs for their 85 years of service, and here's to many more years of success and community support. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Virginian Review newspaper. For 110 years, the Virginian Review has been a guiding light for past generations, the present generation, and those yet to come. The Virginian Review was born out of the consolidation of two local newspapers in Allegheny County and the Covington region, the Covington Virginian, founded in 1914, and the Daily Review, founded 9 years before. After 74 years, the newspapers talked of merging, and on January 3, 1989, the newly created Virginian Review published its very first edition. Today, the Virginian Review, under the direction of owner Scott Refslin, continues to uphold its impressive reputation as an incredible source to keep our communities informed by their essential news coverage and thoughtful, incisive reporting. Since its beginning, the Virginian Review has been a consistent and reliable news source, delivering local, state, and national updates to folks across Virginia's 6th District. It's a privilege to celebrate the Virginian Review, and I wish the entire team all the best as they celebrate 110 years of outstanding journalism. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Christendom College women's basketball team on winning the United States Collegiate Athletic Association Division II National Championship in Petersburg, Virginia. The Christendom Crusaders won the trophy by a score of 76-65 in the championship game against Johnson and Wales Charlotte, bringing home the first women's basketball national title in school history. Their victory was an entire team effort led by junior Miranda Keller, who led the Crusaders with 22 points, junior Catherine Thomas, who had 19 points, and freshman Mary Pennefather, who also had 19 points. Miranda Keller was named Player of the Game for the national championship for her efforts, and Catherine Thomas was named Tournament MVP for her outstanding play. Led by head coach Mary Minnick and assistant coach Annie Heisler, this victory is a testament to the hard work and perseverance of everyone on Christendom's women's basketball team. Congratulations again to these athletes, parents, coaches, and staff on an incredible season and a well-deserved victory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Blue Ridge Christian girls basketball team on winning the Virginia Association of Christian Athletics VACA State Championship. After being down 21-7 at one point in the game, the Bears fought their way back in contention, winning their second VACA title in 3 years. The team had a tremendous performance throughout the season, finishing 18-2 and going on to win the championship. Despite the countless challenges of working through illness and other obstacles, the perseverance and commitment to success demonstrated throughout the year led their team to victory. Winning the state championship title is a testament to the unwavering dedication and hard work that the coaches and players display each and every day throughout the season. Mr. Speaker, I extend my sincerest congratulations to the entire Bears coaching staff and team for their incredible season. It's my honor to recognize their well-deserved victory, and I wish them nothing but the best for seasons to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reaffirm my unwavering support for Israel, our foremost ally in the Middle East and the beacon of democracy in that region. Over the weekend, Iran launched a direct attack on Israel from Iranian soil, firing over 300 missiles and drones at the nation. This is the first time Iran has ever directly attacked the nation of Israel. These direct attacks also follow the brutal war launched by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists on October 7th of last year. This vicious attack claimed the lives of over 1,200 innocent Israeli citizens and took more than 240 hostage, some of which who were Americans, while some on the other side of the aisle and in the media attempt to draw a moral parallel between Hamas and Israel, there is simply no comparison to be made. As Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once said, quote, "You cannot equate a democracy that values life with a terror organization that glorifies death," end quote. Israel has an absolute right to defend itself, and while they continue to fight for their country's survival, Hamas continues to intentionally target population centers, seeking death and destruction. Let me be clear, Hamas has no interest in peace or a solution. Their only objective is to eliminate the Jewish state. I cannot fathom why people choose to back Hamas despite its atrocious human rights record. We must stand with Israel, and I remain steadfast in my support of America's closest ally. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seek unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Earth Day, which will be on Monday, a day to honor and celebrate our remarkable planet. Earth Day is an important opportunity to renew our commitment to combating climate change, transitioning to a clean energy future, promoting conservation and sustainability, and advancing environmental justice. We face serious environmental challenges across the globe, from preventing sea level rise on the coasts to combating the destruction of natural habitats in the Arctic and everything in between. Under the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration, congressional Democrats made historic climate progress over the past few years, including the largest investment in climate action and clean energy in our nation's history. The Inflation Reduction Act is creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs of the future. And as we continue to transition to cleaner, more sustainable technologies, we are working to ensure that everyone can benefit from these investments and that no one is left behind. The Biden-Harris administration is complementing our efforts with transformative executive actions that include finalizing strong standards that cut greenhouse gas emissions and safeguard our communities. Thanks to the administration, we have taken historic action to reduce methane emissions, strengthen standards for soot, limit emissions from cars, trucks, and buses, and curb PFAS, or forever chemical contamination. And in the coming weeks, we look forward to a strong final rule for mercury and air toxic standards for power plants. Last year, I led over 50 members of Congress in urging the administration to finalize strong standards that will protect the health and well-being of the American people. And we eagerly await that final rule. I commend the administration for their commitment to ensuring that 40% of the overall benefits of federal investments in climate, clean energy, affordable and sustainable housing, and other key areas flow to historically disadvantaged communities that have been disproportionately impacted by climate change and pollution. For too long, low-income communities, communities of color, our tribal and indigenous communities, have borne the brunt of environmental degradation and our worsening climate. The climate crisis exacerbates long-standing inequities and contributes to worse public health outcomes for vulnerable populations. My predecessor, the late Donald McEachin, was a true environmental justice champion who always stood up for these vulnerable populations. And each year, he would lead a resolution to recognize Earth Day and call for action to protect our planet. This week, I look forward to building on his legacy and helping to reintroduce that resolution to honor Earth Day. As a mother to 2 young children, I am fighting to ensure a healthy, more sustainable for my children and yours. And Earth Day is a reminder we have no planet B. We must continue fighting to protect our Earth and protect our next generation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the career of Mater Dei High School coach Kevin Kiernan. After 17 years at Mater Dei coaching the girls basketball team, this will be his last season coaching the Monarchs. Coach Kiernan recently celebrated his 900th win after a decisive victory in the Southern California Regional Playoffs. It was a bittersweet moment for the coach as he and his players reflected on his legacy that he's going to leave behind. He wraps up his coaching career with 12 CIF Southern Section titles, 6 state crowns, and 2 national championships. And that is a record. Coach Kiernan is an Orange County native, and Mater Dei High School will keep him as athletic director. Coach, we wish you the best I'm glad you're staying around. Let's keep the good work going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the heroic life and legacy of Richard Dick Higgins. Dick was a husband, longtime Orange County resident, and a national hero. He served in the Navy during World War II after surviving the horrific attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941. His service to our community continued after he left the Navy, visiting schools and doing interviews and making sure that history stayed alive with young people and others in Orange County. Dick lived to 102 years old, and he is survived by 2 children, 2 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren. And in his words, he now goes to be with his beloved Winnie Ruth, his wife of 60 years. Dick, thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor this year's Orange County School Counselors of the Year. And I'm so proud that 2 of these counselors are from my hometown, Mr. Giroux from Santa Ana Unified School District and Ms. Rodriguez from Anaheim Union High School District, both who represent the best in our local public schools. Like myself, Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Giroux are grown in our local hometowns. They're products of Orange County Public Schools, and now are giving back to the public school system that gave them so much. Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Giroux and the rest of these fine educators will continue to shape the future leaders of tomorrow. All of us in Orange County and in Congress appreciate their commitment to our community, our youth, and our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For women looking to start or grow their families, motherhood should be one of the greatest, most joyful time in their lives. But for far too many Black women in Ohio's 13th congressional district and across the country, this experience is often overshadowed by trauma, heartache, and loss. It's no secret that Ohio, my home state, has one of the highest Black maternal death rates in the entire nation, with Black women 2 to 3 times more likely than white women to die from pregnancy or birth-related causes. And we rightfully talk about the social determinants of health that Black women face in accessing quality, affordable prenatal and postnatal health care in our communities, which contributes to these completely unacceptable maternal mortality rates. But today, I'd like to focus our attention to another contributing factor to Black maternal mortality that is often overlooked, and that is intimate partner violence. Homicide is the leading cause of death among pregnant women in the United States. It's higher than the 3 leading health causes of maternal mortality, those being hypertension, hemorrhaging, and sepsis. Addressing the violence that plagues women during pregnancy and shortly thereafter is why I introduced the Safer Homes and Families Act. This comprehensive legislative package would provide vital support to keep moms and families safe, including prohibiting the use of electronic devices for stalking, providing training for healthcare providers to better identify and treat individuals experiencing abuse, and allowing survivors to break a lease without adverse costs. Statistics have indicated that nearly 20% of women experience violence during their pregnancies, and in 1 in 6 women, abuse first begins during their pregnancy. This violence substantially increases the likelihood for pregnancy-related complications that not only endangers the life of the woman, but also that of her unborn baby. While members of the Congressional Black Maternal Health Caucus are working tirelessly to highlight and address the ongoing epidemic of Black maternal health, it is clear there is more work that needs to be done. Even to this day, we are still trying to convince colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers how important it is that we care for women and care for mothers. This is not a partisan issue. It is a human issue. Our Black mothers and babies in every district across the country deserve to live long, healthy, and happy lives. I'm confident that regardless of our political party, we can work together to improve health outcomes and deliver on the promise of better health, healthier lives, and brighter futures for all of us. So I call on my colleagues to join us in the fight to keep our moms and babies safe. Our mothers and babies simply cannot wait any longer. Finally, I'd like to recognize the many local organizations in Ohio's 13th Congressional District that are working each and every day to improve the health of Black moms and babies in our communities. Organizations like Stark County Thrive, Full Term First Birthday, Project Ujima, and the Minority Behavioral Health Group are all committed to improving maternal health outcomes and promoting equity in Ohio's 13th District. Improving maternal health requires action and collaboration at every level, and I am extremely proud and grateful for these organizations for the work that they are doing. This Black Maternal Health Week and beyond, I am committed to improving healthcare access to all and giving women and families the tools that they need to live healthy, happier lives in Ohio's 13th Congressional District and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kipling.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, you call us to hold fast to faith, to trust you, the creator of the universe, to answer our personal needs, even while you attend to the multitude of demands in our communities, our country, and our world. How is it that you can hear us when the whole world cries for deliverance from warfare and famine and disease? May our faith be strong enough to believe that you and your divine power will replenish us, as well as these deserts of disaster, with your ocean of grace. Our despair has names like Israel, Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and Taiwan. What answers are to be had which will address the injustices, the injuries, the inhumanity that overwhelm these regions? God, give us reason to hope in you, our Redeemer, that we would be patient in tribulation and constant in prayer. Transform our fears, our pains, our worries, and our concerns with your love, a love greater than all that seeks to defeat or overtake us. For when all our efforts fail, when no solution is in sight, these three remain: faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is the love we receive from you. In the name of the one who loved us first, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's procedures and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Please join with me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Ms. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Johnstown, Pennsylvania native, U.S. Captain of the Army Harry Kramer. In 1957, U.S. Army Captain Kramer was attached to the 14th Special Forces Operational Detachment when he was killed while training soldiers in Nha Trang. In giving his life for his country, Captain Kramer became the first of 58,281 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines who would be killed during the Vietnam War. Throughout his time in the Army, Captain Kramer showed incredible bravery and was awarded a Silver Star and 2 Purple Hearts during his service in the Korean War. Last week, Captain Kramer was recognized in Cambria County when Highway 403, a road that was originally built by his family in the 1890s, was renamed in his honor. America owes a debt of gratitude to Captain Kramer that can never be fully repaid. May God bless him and the entire Kramer family. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman from California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Reserve the right to amend it and my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a group of smart, dedicated, and science-loving students in my district from North Hollywood, California. Last month, the Science Bowl team at North Hollywood High School won first place at the LADWP Science Bowl, the regional qualifying tournament for the Department of Energy's National Science Bowl competition. The team made up of Bo Heng Kao, Daniel Hong, Phoebe Xu, Connor Zhao, Suzuko Oshima, rose to the challenge and topped other formidable science teams. North Hollywood High School has won an astounding 25 of 27 regional competitions and are two-time National Science Bowl champions, having won most recently in 2021. I want to commend team coaches Altair Main and Len Soloff for fostering a culture of academic excellence and spreading the love of science to these remarkable students. I wish them all the best in the upcoming 2024 national competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a 1-minute speech, please.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Sermon family of Baldwin County, Alabama, on being our family farm being awarded the 2024 Alabama Farm of Distinction. Sermon Farm is owned by Joel and Patty Sermon. Joel's mother, Shirley, who bakes great cookies, and her brother, James, also helps run the 5th-generation family-owned farm. The Sermon Farm they grow cotton, peanuts, corn, and sweet potatoes on over 4,500 acres in Bell Forest community. They will go on to represent Alabama during the Sunbelt Agriculture Expo in the Southeastern Southeastern Farmers of the Year contest this fall. Congratulations to the Sermon family and their family farm. I'm thankful for the impact they have made to our state, and I'm proud to be their representative. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This Black Maternal Health Week, we confront the glaring reality that Black women in America are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications across socioeconomic criteria and education than similarly situated white women. Research highlights a disturbing attribution that Black women are also significantly more likely to encounter disrespectful treatment during childbirth, facing scolding, threats, and even outright hostility. These disparity in treatment are not new. They're deeply embedded in the fabric, unfortunately, of our healthcare system and our society. The fact that maternal death in the U.S. has more than doubled over 2 decades, with Black mothers suffering the highest rate, is a national tragedy. Moreover, the CDC's finding that over 80% of those deaths were preventable should be a call to action. As a mother of 5 and the mother for a daughter, I find the current trajectory deeply troubling and wholly unacceptable. It poses a severe threat to the health and safety of Black women and all women across our nation. It's paramount that we improve awareness of the urgent maternal warning signs and ensure the provisions are timely, respectful, and quality care. We must save these lives. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the service of Officer Ross Bartlett of Ceresco, Nebraska. Officer Bartlett died in the line of duty last week on April 12th in Nebraska. Bartlett served as a police officer for over 30 years. His 3 decades of service took him across Nebraska before arriving in the village of Ceresco. He was not only a police officer, he was a husband, a dad, a grandpa, a friend, and so much more. He had a great sense of humor and he loved to serve his community. One way he did this was by volunteering at fire departments alongside his wife, Tina. They had a passion for helping every community they lived in. I was fortunate to work with him as he served in Madison. I have great respect for him and his service in Madison County and beyond. We have lost a great officer and an outstanding Nebraskan with a big heart for public service. May God be with his family and friends during this difficult time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the victims of the horrific mass shooting that occurred at Columbine High School on April 20th, 1999 in Littleton, Colorado. 25 years ago, 12 teenagers and 1 teacher were killed just for going to school. 23 were injured and many still struggle with lifelong injuries. Today we remember those we lost: Cassie Bernal, Steve Kernow, Corey DePuter, Kelly Fleming, Matt Kechter, Daniel Mauser, Danny Rohrbaugh, Rachel Scott, Isaiah Schulz, John Tomlin, Lauren Townsend, Kyle Velasquez, and Dave Sanders. We remember the families, the survivors, and the entire Columbine community, some who became the country's first gun violence prevention advocates. Those like Tom Mauser, father of Daniel Mauser, who for 25 years has gone toe-to-toe with the gun lobby and the state and federal governments to fight for change, all while wearing the shoes his son was wearing the day he was killed. To honor their memories, we cannot allow another 25 years to pass before we say never again and finally mean it. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objections, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Assistive Technology Day. Assistive technology, or AT, is any item, piece of equipment, or product system that is used to increase, maintain, or improve the functional capabilities of individuals living with disabilities and older adults. Having spent nearly 3 years as a therapist, rehabilitation services manager, and a licensed nursing home administrator before coming to Congress, I have a personal understanding of the challenges facing those who require assistive technology. Whether it's a veteran dealing with service-connected injuries, children with autism, an individual diagnosed with debilitating cancer, or adults with cerebral palsy, the bottom line is these technologies make people's lives better. Mr. Speaker, not only do I want to celebrate and recognize the critical role AT plays in the lives of those who need it, but I also want to recognize and thank all the AT specialists, programs, professional organizations, and researchers who are dedicated to facilitating the access and acquisition of assistive technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, nearly 30,000 runners from 118 countries and all 50 states came together to run the 128th Boston Marathon. That makes this a fitting week to recognize the legacy of Ellison Tarzan Brown, a Rhode Islander and member of the Narragansett tribe. Born in 1913, Brown's exceptional athleticism earned him the name Tarzan after the popular films of the time. He was also known as Deerfoot to his tribe. Despite facing adversity throughout his life with no formal training or proper footwear, he emerged as one of the world's greatest athletes. He was a 2-time winner of the Boston Marathon in 1936 and 1939 and represented the United States at the 1936 Olympics in Berlin. Brown is one of 2 indigenous North Americans to have won the Boston Marathon and the only indigenous person to have more than 1 victory. So today I would like to take this moment to honor Tarzan Brown, a legend who brought honor to Rhode Island and the Narragansett people, and to echo the words of his nephew, Chief Sachem Sunrise. A lot of people leave a footprint. He left a trail. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Biden and far-left Democrats continue to jeopardize the safety of American families and national security with open borders. Biden's failure has allowed over 9 million illegal aliens crossing borders, including more than 300 on the terrorist watch list. Due to Biden irresponsibility, all families are at risk, as evidenced by the brutal murder of nursing student Laken Riley of Georgia. House Republicans continue to work to protect Americans and strengthen our borders, including passage of the Secure Border Act to reinforce border security and impeaching Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, who shamefully put every American family at risk of murderous attack. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We don't need new border laws. We need to enforce the laws we have. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise it.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. The United States Coast Guard Marathon brought together talented runners from far and wide to Elizabeth City, North Carolina. City and U.S. Coast Guard leaders rolled out the red carpet with a warm welcome. I was delighted to see the U.S. Coast Guard Commandant Linda Fagan in northeastern North Carolina in support of the marathon. We are glad to celebrate the U.S. Coast Guard's commitment to the marathon, and above all, to Elizabeth City. Congratulations to all participants, particularly to the winners who persevered through the challenging course. To the U.S. Coast Guard Marathon, you are indeed an effort that helps to elevate this wonderful northeastern community to even greater heights. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
This week, I introduced legislation that pays tribute to a true cultural icon, Selena Quintanilla. This legislation will honor her legacy with commemorative coins produced by the U.S. Mint. Selena, known affectionately as the Queen of Tejano music, was the pride of South Texas. She transcended boundaries and transformed the music landscape. With her dynamic performances and timeless hits like Como la Flor and Bidi Bidi Bomba, she brought Tejano music beyond South Texas and garnered adoration from millions worldwide. It is fitting that we choose this week to introduce this bill. Why? Because Tuesday would have been Selena's 53rd birthday. Through these commemorative coins, we honor her artistic talent and her role as a trailblazer for Hispanic artists. Let the coin reflect the brilliance of Selena's life. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in honor of the life and legacy of Patrick Daniel Tillman Jr. of Arizona. April 22nd, 2024 marked the 20th anniversary of Pat's tragic and untimely death at only 27 years old. As a scholar and a football star, Pat led Leland High School to the division championship and earned a football scholarship to Arizona State. His time at ASU was spent studying business and marketing and as an athletic achievement as a Sun Devil starting linebacker. In 1998, he was drafted by the NFL by the Arizona Cardinals. Again, he was a star, breaking the Cardinals' tackle record with 224 tackles in 2000 as a linebacker. After the terrorist attack on September 11, 2001, Pat and his younger brother Kevin answered the call to service and enlisted in the United States Army. He was first deployed to Iraq with his brother in 2003 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, but returned to Fort Benning, Georgia to complete Ranger School. In 2004, Pat embarked on his second deployment in support of Operation Enduring Freedom, and on April 22, 2004, in Spera, Afghanistan, Pat was tragically killed by friendly fire. He was awarded the Silver Star and Purple Heart for making the ultimate sacrifice. Let's never forget his patriotism, leadership, and call to service. May we all be so eager to answer that call in our own lives for this wonderful country. My prayers are with the Tillman family and our nation's Gold Star families and all United States service members overseas. May God be with you all. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of WDUN. For 75 years, WDUN has provided North Georgia with a mix of local and nationally syndicated talk radio programming. Based in Gainesville, the radio station is a division of the family-owned media company, Jacobs Media Corporation. Earlier today, WDUN commemorated this major milestone by returning to its roots as its broadcast studio relocated to the Gainesville Renaissance Building in the downtown square, just steps away from where the station first went on the air 75 years ago. I know I speak for all WDUN's listeners in thanking the station's talented employees for their commitment to local journalism. It's a privilege to frequently join their programs, such as the Martha Zoller Show, to connect with folks across the 9th District to tell them about my work in Congress. Whether it's breaking news, insightful analysis, safety announcements, or heartwarming stories, WDUN has been there to inform, inspire, and unite Northeast Georgians. As President Donald Trump said on Mornings on Main Street earlier this month, WDUN is a really special place, and it's a special voice. Here's to 75 years dedicated to local journalism and many more to come. Congratulations, WDUN. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 4639.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 1149 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4639. The chair appoints the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4639, which a clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Section 2702 of Title 18 United States Code to prevent law enforcement and intelligence agencies from obtaining subscriber or customer records in exchange for anything of value, to address communications and records in the possession of intermediary internet service providers and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate will be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judicial and our respective designees. The gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagelman, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagelman, excuse me.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Today, the House will vote on H.R. 4639, the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. Last July, the House Judiciary Committee favorably reported the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act by a vote of 30-0, with 1 member voting present. This bill makes crucial changes. It closes a glaring loophole that allows the government to sidestep the requirements of the Fourth Amendment to purchase data of Americans. I thank my colleague, Congressman Davidson, for introducing this much-needed legislation. This bill is the result of years of bipartisan negotiation, and I look forward to this debate and vote. The Fourth Amendment guarantees that all of us the right to be free of unreasonable government searches and seizures. However, the law and doctrine concerning the Fourth Amendment has failed to keep pace with the development of digital technologies. Nearly 40 years ago, Congress passed the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, or ECPA, in an attempt to navigate the digital age. But it's clear that legislation is now insufficient to protect the constitutional rights of Americans. It is time that Congress accounts for the technological advances that have occurred in the decades since ECPA was passed. Today, seemingly every American carries a smartphone with them wherever they go. These devices contain vast amounts of information of Americans, such as where they travel, what they purchase, their health information, and so on. As the Supreme Court has noted, these devices, quote, hold for many Americans the privacies of life, end quote. Before the modern internet, the Fourth Amendment required law enforcement to execute a search warrant and subpoena the items they wished to review. The officer executing the search would have to provide a copy of the warrant and an inventory of the property seized. But today, federal agencies often sidestep the requirements of the Fourth Amendment and access and collect massive amounts of private information on Americans by exploiting a legal loophole in the ECPA and Fourth Amendment doctrine. While ECPA prohibits communications companies from providing customer information to the government in the absence of a subpoena, warrant, or other court order, no such prohibition exists for providing this information to third parties, such as data brokers. Instead of going to a judge to demonstrate probable cause and obtain a warrant, government agencies like the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Internal Revenue Service, the Drug Enforcement Agency, and the Department of Homeland Security can simply turn to data brokers and purchase mass amounts of Americans' data. The government is collecting vast amounts of data by purchasing it from data brokers or other third parties. Media reports have detailed that some data brokers have even tracked people at places of worship and at protests. While the Judiciary Committee has in recent years advanced major reforms to overhaul ECPA, those bills have not yet passed into law. It is long past time that Congress acts to protect the privacy of Americans. There is strong bipartisan support in Congress to finally address and close the data broker loophole. This bill is exactly the type of legislation needed to rein in the federal government and protect the privacy rights of Americans. The government is rifling through your personal information. You should have the right to know about it, but the government can just purchase your highly sensitive information from data brokers and use it against you without your ever knowing. The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act would close this legal loophole and ensure that the government may only use existing statutes compliant with the Fourth Amendment to lawfully surveil Americans. When the government compels data brokers to disclose Americans' personal data, it should be required to get a court order. With this common sense legislation, the government will no longer be able to make an end run around the Fourth Amendment to purchase the data of Americans. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I grant myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4639, the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. I was proud to join Congressman Davidson in introducing this strong bipartisan legislation to help prevent government overreach by prohibiting the warrantless purchase of customer data. When the Judiciary Committee considered this bill at markup last July, it received, as Ms. Hageman noted, a rare unanimous 30-0 vote. When we download applications to our phones, we do so because we think they will make our lives just a little bit better. Weather apps tell us if we should bring an umbrella to work, delivery apps allow us to order groceries to our homes, and even employee work apps let us know the schedule for the week. Some of these convenience applications, however, can come with a dark side that they generally do not disclose to the American public, that the data they collect from us is immediately sold to the highest bidder. Third-party purchasers of this data, often referred to as data brokers, collect and package the data to sell to advertisers, market researchers, and government entities, to name a few. While many argue that the data they purchase from applications, websites, and social media is de-identified when it is sold, experts agree that just 4 points of data are needed to re-identify this data. Because of this, the purchaser of a data set can piece together significant information about us. For example, they can track an individual's commuting habits, including which businesses they drive by on their way to work, when they are not at home, and even when they visit places that are not part of their normal commute. That anyone should have Americans' private information is highly troubling to me, but that our federal government can obtain it without a warrant should be troubling to all of us. The Supreme Court, in U.S. v. Jones, unanimously found that the government's use of a GPS tracker on the subject's car is considered a search under the Fourth Amendment. But in 2004, when the search in Jones occurred, not everyone had a phone in their pocket. The ecosystem of data brokers had not yet come to life. If the government wants to track a suspect today, they could go through the trouble of establishing probable cause and getting a warrant, which is what they should do. Or federal law enforcement could simply purchase data from a third party about the target of their operation. If that purchased data included location data for their subject, they would have no need for checks and balances, no need for a warrant, and during an ensuing criminal trial, no obligation even to tell the court how they obtained the initial data in the first place. We have the Fourth Amendment for a reason. If law enforcement wants to gather information about you, they should first obtain a warrant. They should have to go to a judge and explain why there is probable cause and why they need to know this information. When federal law enforcement agencies purchase this data, however, they bypass our judicial system entirely. Our current state of affairs is clearly not what our founders intended. Our right to privacy is being abrogated every day by those whose job it is to keep us safe. The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act would change that. Under the bill before us today, the federal government would be prohibited from exchanging anything of value for data from third-party vendors. The law already prohibits applications and websites, electronic communication services, and remote computing services from sharing information with the government without a warrant. The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act would extend that same rule to the data brokers to which they sell. This legislation would also ensure that the government does not circumvent these rules by prohibiting both indirect acquisition of information and agency sharing of third-party data. This way, federal law enforcement could neither acquire prohibited data from individuals who purchase the data and then pass it on to the government, nor could they receive the desired data from non-law enforcement federal agencies. The whole point of this bill is to stop the end run that is being done around the Fourth Amendment because of modern technology. I thank Congressman Davidson and Chairman Jordan for their leadership, and I thank my Democratic colleagues, Representatives Lofgren, Jayapal, and Jacobs, for their hard work to get this bill to the floor. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Chair, I yield to Mr. Davidson of Ohio such time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I thank my colleagues, frankly, in the House. And it's rare today that we have an issue that doesn't break on party lines. And privacy, unfortunately, isn't unanimous. The Fourth Amendment's clear that if the government wants to search your data, they need to have probable cause and a warrant or a subpoena. The Fourth Amendment is a restriction on what government can do. It's not a restriction on commerce. Unfortunately, government agencies are buying non-public data that would otherwise require a warrant or a subpoena. Congress confronts an opportunity today to end that practice by passing the bipartisan and bicameral Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. Nothing in this bill would prohibit a search, paid for or otherwise, of public information. It would, however, restore privacy protections grossly infringed by current practices. Congressman Higgins is offering, he's a career law enforcement officer, and he's offering an amendment today that makes that clear. We've heard from law enforcement agencies, and we want to make it clear, nothing in this bill is designed to make your job harder to do. But Mr. LaLota offers an amendment that I do adamantly oppose. Frankly, it strips much of the content of the bill, and I regret that I do oppose that amendment because it undermines the intent of the bill. Closing this data broker loophole is an important step towards restoring a government small enough to fit within the Constitution. And we could afford a government that small. Finding bad guys would be easier if you had perfect information on everybody and full surveillance all the time. It's been recognized that the Third Amendment was put in place despite the fact that we all might be more secure if we had a soldier stationed in our homes. But the Third Amendment prevents the government from doing that. The reality is the technology today effectively puts the government everywhere we go. We all essentially have a digital ID. It's a phone number, and we carry it with us. It's tracked. It goes to your car. Your car spies on you as well. And this data is being collected. People say, well, this amendment doesn't deal with all that. So let me address that concern. People back home might not realize that the way the committee structure in Congress is broken up into areas of jurisdiction mean that certain committees can deal only within their area of jurisdiction. So the Judiciary Committee can reform things in that committee of jurisdiction, but other committees like Energy and Commerce would have to address a broader topic. People wonder, why are there so many half-baked solutions to problems back home? Well, a lot of it comes down to our jurisdictions. We don't solve the whole problem often. So what about foreign governments buying our data? Congress in the House passed a ban on that last month. Just prior to the House ban, exporting your data was banned by executive order from the Biden administration. So these are safeguards that are bipartisan, and in some ways they've already reached to the executive branch. But again, the Fourth Amendment is designed as a limitation on what the government can do. I'm grateful to have the support of over 150 organizations, from Gun Owners of America on the one hand to the American Civil Liberties Union on the other. This is an issue that goes far and wide. It's important to understand, too, people might realize that if they've got a journal that they close it up and they keep it in their house, whether it's by their bed or in a bookshelf or in a safe, the government has to get a warrant or a subpoena to get access to that. But your electronic communications don't enjoy the same kinds of protection. They're not being protected by the Fourth Amendment because you've trusted a third party with that. Like Gmail, like Microsoft, like Apple. Somebody has your emails. And because of that, the government is getting access to some of this very private information, non-public information, because they're able to buy it. They shouldn't be able to buy it, and if this bill passes and becomes law, they won't be able to buy it and bypass your Fourth Amendment rights. I encourage all of our colleagues to support this important legislation. And look, freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. We have such an opportunity today to reclaim the right to privacy that is supposed to be protected by the Fourth Amendment. And I hope everyone will join me in defending freedom today. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Representative Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I am very proud to co-sponsor this important bipartisan bill that protects Americans' constitutional privacy rights in this digital age by closing loopholes so that the government cannot purchase Americans' private data from data brokers without a warrant. Last year, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence declassified a report on how the intelligence community buys significant amounts of Americans' data from data brokers. We're talking about very sensitive personal information that can cover anything from Americans' location data to internet activity. That report noted that this data, and this is a quote, has increasingly important risks and implications for U.S. persons' privacy and civil liberties as the data can reveal sensitive and intimate information about individuals. So this isn't just some small group of people saying we don't like this. It is actually the Office of the Director of National Intelligence saying that this practice of buying people's personal information without a warrant from these data brokers is dangerous. It's a run around our constitutional protections. Just last month, we banned foreign adversaries from buying this data. It's important that this body today protect Americans, protect our constitutional rights, and ban this practice. Vote yes on this bill.
Reserve.
Gentleman's reserved.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the lady for yielding, Mr. Chairman. The government's not allowed to get your information without a warrant. Not allowed to do it. Even if they buy it, they're not allowed to do it. That's all this thing says. It couldn't be more straightforward, more simple. It is a respect for the Fourth Amendment, respect for Americans' privacy. What we're saying is, and it's been said before by the ranking member and Ms. Jayapal and the gentlelady from Wyoming, you can't do an in-run. You can't do a workaround. You can't say, oh, we're allowed to get information we otherwise wouldn't be able to get because we're going to purchase it from a data broker. No, you can't do that. That's all this says. If it would otherwise require a warrant, you can't go buy it. You can't do a workaround. It is a fundamental principle in our country. If the executive branch wants to get your stuff, wants to look at your information, they have to go to a separate and equal branch of government and get a probable cause warrant. They can't go around that and say, oh, we're purchasing, this is public. They can't do it. Plain and simple. And I want to commend the ranking member and the Democrats on the committee. Again, as the ranking member said, we very seldom have legislation that comes out unanimous like this. But this committee, charged with more than any other committee in Congress with protecting American civil liberties, their rights, the fundamental principles and liberties that make our country the best place ever, unanimously agreed this thing should pass. So I want to thank them. I want to thank Ms. Hageman for leading it, the debate in the committee for our team, and of course the sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Davidson. This is so simple. Last week we had a similar fight, similar debate. Unfortunately, we lost 212 to 212. Let's hope we can win this one. I think this makes so much sense, so common sense, so consistent with how this great country has always operated. One branch of government doesn't get a side at all. We have separate and equal branches of government. This branch wants information, the executive branch wants your information. They got to go to a separate and equal branch and get a warrant. They can't go buy it from somebody else and be sneaky about it and avoid what the Constitution clearly mandates has to happen. I urge a yes vote, and with that, yield back to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Ranking Member Nadler, for your leadership on this issue. Under almost any other circumstance, law enforcement and intelligence agencies need a warrant to access our personal information. Even in the cases of utmost national security, like when Americans are suspected of terrorism, espionage, or cyber crimes, our government gets a warrant. This process isn't too burdensome, and it doesn't prevent law enforcement from investigating crimes or bringing people to justice. But there are a few loopholes in this process when it comes to Section 702 queries and this data broker loophole, which allows our government to circumvent our Fourth Amendment rights to access our personal information without a warrant, a court order, or even a subpoena. This is only legal because they're buying the information. But our rights shouldn't have a price, and cash shouldn't hold the same legitimacy as a warrant. Law enforcement claims, they say this is their claim. This loophole, this data that they buy from data brokers is most useful before probable cause can be demonstrated. That is the whole point of the Fourth Amendment, of our right to prevent unreasonable seizures and searches. If you can't establish probable cause, you shouldn't be able to access or buy this information unless a court says otherwise. That's why we need this bipartisan Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, which I'm proud to co-lead. Our bill doesn't inhibit law enforcement's investigations. Instead, it ensures that police searches are above board, follow due process, and protect Americans' privacy. And in a Congress where it feels almost impossible to get anything done and where the American people think all we do is disagree, this shows that we can do big things and there is a bipartisan consensus, especially when it comes to Americans' privacy rights. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. And Mr. Ranking Member, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4639, the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, and all of the attending amendments as well. Mr. Speaker, I also stand with, I think, every major law enforcement agency association in the country. This bill will only make our communities less safe by preventing local law enforcement, state law enforcement, from being able to access information that has been legally collected and is publicly open-sourced information. Every day, law enforcement officers use this type of open-source information that is collected legally and commercially available data, and we use that to connect the dots to actually develop and find the leads that solve crimes like child abduction, drug trafficking, terrorism, all sorts of different heinous crimes. The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act will require law enforcement to get a warrant before they can access otherwise publicly open data. Google and Facebook can access it, the Chinese can access it, cartels and criminals can access it, private actors can access it, but not the police. Only law enforcement will be blocked. And I can tell you as a former sheriff, police officers work on time-sensitive cases every day where accessing this information quickly is a matter of life and death. Look, I'm a 40-year law enforcement officer, and I can think of dozens of cases where minutes mattered and my officers saved lives by accessing this data. Now, some of the supporters of this bill say, well, all those other folks that I just listed that still have access, they can't put you in jail. Well, let's be truthful here. The police can't put you in jail either without probable cause of a crime. So the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act will make communities far less safe by making officers' jobs harder and, in fact, helps out only the criminals. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this dangerous anti-police bill. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Well, thank you very much. I rise to this morning in strong opposition to H.R. 4639. The Fourth Amendment is not for sale. While I do thank my good friends and colleagues and House Republicans from the Judiciary Committee for all the work that they do to keep law enforcement safe and to give law enforcement the resources they need to protect and serve, this bill is only going to hinder their ability to investigate crimes. And like my good friend Mr. Rutherford from Florida said, you cannot arrest a suspect without probable cause. The information that is no longer going to be obtained by law enforcement agencies is information that is already been legally collected. Nearly every major law enforcement union and agency throughout this country is opposed to this legislation. I was proud to serve in the New York City Police Department as a detective, and it has investigated thousands of crimes. And we've utilized these third-party platforms to obtain information that has already been legally collected. This legislation would, without a doubt, make communities less safe, and in the process would also lead us to follow in the same disastrous direction that New York Democrats have by handcuffing the ability of law enforcement to do their job. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
I reserve the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Wyoming reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde. 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I rise today to strongly support H.R. 4639, the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. This critical bill would prohibit government agencies, including the intelligence community, from purchasing America's data from third-party data brokers. U.S. government agencies are purchasing Americans' data through a loophole with third-party groups when they would otherwise need a warrant. Recently, the Internal Revenue Service purchased records and locations of millions of American cell phones, and the FBI purchased geolocation data for mobile advertising. The Cato Institute recently reported that data brokers collect and sell huge amounts of Americans' sensitive information, including whether they have an interest in firearms. Data brokers sell lists, in their words, of shooting fanatics, concealed carry license gun owners, and even sell information about America's interest in political organizations. Government agencies like the FBI purchase this information as a loophole to obtain private information about U.S. citizens without a warrant. I am deeply concerned that the practice of buying commercial data could not only threaten America's Fourth Amendment rights, but it could also pose a threat to their Second Amendment freedoms and be used as a way to track and target lawful gun owners in America. We must prevent this. H.R. 4639 will provide the necessary guardrails to ensure that these three-letter government agencies, including the intelligence community, does not and cannot overstep and infringe on Americans' constitutional rights. So why can civilian companies buy this data, but not the government without a warrant? Because the government can take away your liberties. The government can put you in jail. Civilian companies cannot do that. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand with the Constitution and support H.R. 4639. The Fourth Amendment is not for sale act. And I yield back to the chair.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from Wyoming reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to my fellow representative, Mr. Dan Bishop. No, not for this one? Okay. Mr. Chair, I believe that we're ready to close.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Close. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, data brokers collect massive amounts of information about Americans that can track and identify our most intimate details. It is bad enough that companies have access to all this personal data, but now the government can access this data too without securing a warrant, just by purchasing it on the open market. This amounts to an end run around the Fourth Amendment. This legislation would end this practice and protect our privacy as the Constitution demands. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes. So are we? There are a couple of points, Mr. Chairman, that I would like to make. One is that I reject the notion that in order to beat China or other foreign adversaries, we must become like they are. If the real opposition to this bill is that it prevents the United States government from becoming the same type of surveillance state that communist China is, then I think that says everything that we need to know about those opposed to the bill. And I challenge them to explain that position to their constituents. I am a constitutional, I believe absolutely in protecting our constitutional rights, and I believe that it is important to understand the significance of how these various federal agencies have been abusing this power to surveil and persecute American citizens. As part of the Committee on the Judiciary's investigation into the IRS's troubling visit to the home of journalist Matt Taibbi, on the very day that he testified before the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, we learned that the IRS collected personal data from data brokers to use in its investigation of Mr. Taibbi. For example, the IRS collected data from the data broker Anywho, a People Search website. It is concerning enough that the IRS would take the extreme step of visiting someone's home on the day he testified before Congress, but the IRS also compiled its information from a data broker, potentially accessing vast amounts of Taibbi's private information. That is the nature of the abuse that these federal agencies are engaging in violating American civil rights. The Fourth Amendment exists for a reason. There is no exception to the Fourth Amendment requirement of getting a warrant. It is my understanding that Mr. Turner from Ohio would like to speak for 90 seconds on this bill, and I will yield that amount of time to him, and then I will finish with my closing.
The gentleman's record is for 90 seconds.
Thanks so much. Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition of H.R. 4639. Vote no on 4639. The bill bans law enforcement for paying for information available to any willing buyer in all contexts. There is no exception. Zero. There is no exception to even allow law enforcement to pay for stolen information to investigate and solve identity theft, data breaches, ransomware attacks. The bill will not make people safer. The bill puts police officers' lives at risk. It bans the police from data used to understand the danger they face when executing a search warrant or an arrest warrant. If this bill becomes law, police will be going in blind when executing a warrant, and this could cost lives. This bill is bad for law enforcement, bad for the intelligence community, bad for national security. That's why yesterday the Wall Street Journal wrote an editorial opposing this bill. It is also why this bill is uniformly opposed by the Fraternal Order of Police, the National Sheriff's Associations, the National Association of Police Organizations, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the Major County Sheriffs of America, the National District Attorneys Association, the National Fusion Center Association, the National Narcotics Officers Association Coalition. I urge my colleagues, do not digitally defund the police. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reclaimed her time.
And thank you. And in continuing with my closing, I think that it is important for the American people to understand the scope of what we're talking about and what our government is purchasing from these third-party brokers. Data brokers aggregate, package, and sell the data acquired from a variety of sources, including those that have already been described today. Often, data brokers have thousands of different data points reflecting information about a person that, when combined, reveal valuable and intimate insights about an individual that would otherwise be unavailable. In other words, for data brokers, consumers and their information are the product. For example, data brokers can receive geolocation data, sometimes accurate to just a few yards, and from a mobile device up to 14,000 times per day. This data allows a purchaser to identify patterns that can reveal where a person lives, where they work, and where they spend their free time. These actions allow government agencies and law enforcement to evade the Fourth Amendment if they are allowed to purchase this data and collect limitless information from Americans. The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act closes this legal loophole and stops data brokers from selling Americans' personal information to the government by requiring the government to obtain a court order before acquiring customer or subscriber information from a third party. The fact is that we all support our police, and we want them to have the tools that they need to catch the bad guys. But I think if there is anything that has been disclosed over the last several years, is that there are people within our intelligence community and that work for the federal government, including the FBI and the IRS and similar agencies, who are abusing their power and authority and going after people for political reasons. That is one of the most important reasons as to why we need to close this loophole. As technology continues to advance and Americans incidentally share more data through the devices we use every day, it is imperative for Congress to protect privacy interests and ensure that government agencies and law enforcement abide by the Fourth Amendment. This bill does nothing more and nothing less. It simply protects our Fourth Amendment rights. Every person who has been elected to this body took an oath of office to uphold our Constitution. That is what we are attempting to do with the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to rule, the bill shall be considered for amendments under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of a text of the Rules Committee, print 118-28, shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purposes of further amendments under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be ordered except those printed in House Report 118-464. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for a time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, or shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 1, printed in House Report 118-464. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 118-464, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina. From Ohio.
I thank the gentleman, and the purpose of this amendment is a technical correction. Often this is done simply in rules. For some reason they chose not to do it. The bill lists, frankly, the bill itself states that existing federal laws are the exclusive means by which the government obtains location information of U.S. persons or persons inside the United States, their web browsing history, internet search history, or any other data that would require a court order. The list is complete except for Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. That needs to be added, and that's all this amendment does, is it simply covers comprehensively the list of authorities, including Section 702, as a covered authority. So, the bill isn't really complete without covering that. I think last week the body spoke that they want to continue to have the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and so this bill would say, yes, it also covers everything, including what just passed last week. So with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition, though I support the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I grant myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment makes technical changes to the bill to clarify that it does not interfere with Section 702 of FISA. FISA, including but not limited to Section 702, is the only way the government should acquire data that in any other scenario would need a warrant. While we may have different opinions on how the government should treat the incidentally collected U.S. person data, as we debated last week, we should all agree that this bill is not intended to address or affect Section 702 in any way. This is a technical change to correct a minor error in the bill, this amendment, and I hope that all members will support it. I thank my colleague for offering the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I'd just like to close by saying I think the case is clear. I appreciate Mr. Nadler for working with me. I really want to say thanks to Senator Wyden over in the Senate and Senator Lee in the Senate for really being champions of this on the Senate side. And I want to thank the unusual cohort of colleagues here where we have Zoe Lofgren, Pramila Jayapal, Sarah Jacobs from the Democratic Party, Jerry Nadler from the Democratic Party, and on our side, Chairman Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, Thomas Massey, and I. And there are so few things today that everyone agrees on. When you've got the political spectrum covered from those angles, I think that hopefully the American people will see this is a reliable solution. It moved through the Judiciary Committee with unanimous support. We don't believe it'll get unanimous support today, but I sure hope that it passes. I encourage our colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed on House Report 118-464. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on behalf of my amendment.
Does the gentleman have an amendment at this?
I do.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 118-464, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the member opposed will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the underlying bill was being developed, as those of us on both sides of the aisle concerned about constitutional protections and the preservation of our representative republic, and the core principles of individual rights and liberties and freedoms and privacies that our representative republic relies upon, that our citizenry anticipate and expect, rightfully so, that their Congress shall protect. As the underlying bill was being developed, there were concerns communicated from law enforcement citizens across the country, at the local level especially. And there began an effort, a very good faith effort, across the spectrum politically here in this body to address those concerns. That's what my amendment does. The Fourth Amendment specifically calls for probable cause to be necessary for a warrant, particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. My amendment seeks to address concerns of law enforcement that, of course, we have sworn an oath to protect our Constitution, but we are bound by duty to protect the communities that we serve. Therefore, investigations, legitimate investigations, are required. Consistent with that ethic, I propose my amendment to not include as a covered record the following items to ensure that law enforcement has the clarity to know that they will continue to have the tools they need to succeed. Records made available to the general public on social media. This remains available to law enforcement, and that's clarified by my amendment. Records made lawfully available through government records or widely distributed media. Again, this remains available to local law enforcement and is clarified in my amendment. Records wherein consent has been given by the citizen or the business for the government to access for a background check. This remains undisturbed and is clarified by my amendment. Records generated by public or private ALPRs, automated license plate recognition systems. This is a very important consideration that law enforcement was concerned about. Again, my amendment clarifies and addresses the fact that this right for legitimate investigation through ALPR remains undisturbed. So, Mr. Speaker, I encourage full support of my amendment from my colleagues. I would like to recognize my friend and colleague of the Thin Blue Line, Congressman Troy Nehls.
The gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Mr. Higgins' amendment before us today, which seeks to address some of the concerns several law enforcement groups have with this legislation. As someone who has served in law enforcement for nearly 30 years, I understand the concerns our brave men and women in blue have with this bill. Now more than ever, we must uphold law and order in our society and also ensure the Fourth Amendment rights of the American people are protected. That is why this amendment is so important, so important. It clarifies data exceptions for public content, public records, background checks, license plate readers, in order to help preserve some of the tools law enforcement currently uses. Give you an example. A kid threatens to shoot up a school on Facebook. A data collector is scanning social media for posts like this and sends it to local law enforcement. The police would be able to use this information gathered from social media under this amendment because it is public user-generated information. The same applies to police records, property deeds, and other public records. We want to make crystal clear these records will remain available for our law enforcement community to use in their investigations while also preventing unreasonable search and seizure by the government. As a former sheriff, I will always black to blue and I always uphold the Constitution and the rights of citizens therein. I believe this amendment allows us to do both. I would encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. Speaker. How much time is remaining?
15 seconds.
15 seconds for a gentleman from Louisiana. It's just about enough time to say thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage support of my amendment. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition, though I support the amendment.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would clarify that the underlying bill will not impact information that is publicly available, that the government has in its own databases, or that the government lawfully acquires. Scraping pictures and data off public social media accounts for facial recognition technology is certainly a problem, but it is not this problem. It does us no good to conflate one surveillance issue with another. This legislation is intended to prohibit the purchase of data in cases where federal law enforcement would otherwise need a warrant. License plate databases, facial recognition technology platforms, and advanced policing technologies are often powered by publicly available data. We are not here to impede government access to data that is public or that law enforcement already contains in its databases. While I have serious concerns about the irresponsible deployment of advanced policing technologies, those are fights for another day. I thank the gentleman for his amendment. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting it. And I yield 2 minutes. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment of the gentleman from Louisiana. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 118-464. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-464, offered by Mr. LaLota of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Wilson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Fourth Amendment should not be for sale. We agree on that. That is to say, our government should not be able to buy from a third party information about American citizens that it could otherwise not obtain without a warrant. So, of course, the title of the bill, the Fourth Amendment is not for sale, is compelling. We should all agree to that. Yet the language of the bill does not coincide with the title of the bill. The bill, without amendment, is somewhere between innocently misleading and a full-on Fourth Amendment bait and switch. My amendment would narrowly tailor the bill to include searches and seizures normally covered by the Fourth Amendment. Mr. Speaker, the Fourth Amendment states, and I quote, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized," end quote. So let's agree. Congress should restrict the government from, via a third party, searching or seizing persons that it could not otherwise search or seize without a warrant. We should all agree on that. Everyone in the House, Freedom Caucus to the Squad and everybody else, should agree on that. And if that's what the bill actually said, the bill would likely sail through the House without any real legitimate opposition, because government should not be able to contract out its violation of our Fourth Amendment protections. Yet, without my amendment, the bill would prevent our law enforcement officers from utilizing information currently publicly available, information that is accessible without a need for a warrant in fighting crime. This conference, this Republican conference, backs the blue. It is part of our commitment to America to keep America safe. Unfortunately, the bill, without my amendment, breaks our commitment and would prevent law enforcement from using everyday tools which do not violate any American's Fourth Amendment rights. My amendment would clarify that any restriction made on this bill and information that could be obtained by law enforcement or the intelligence community would not include information that is lawfully obtainable without a warrant. If my amendment is adopted, the name of the bill would actually fit then. Then the bill would actually give more weight and confidence to our nation's Fourth Amendment. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I rise. I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment would create exceptions for government purchase of data that a federal agency can already lawfully access without a warrant. I'm sure my colleague from New York means well, but I worry that this amendment would create confusion in the long run rather than clarify an area where we both agree. I agree that the government should continue accessing information that it is already able to acquire without a warrant, but we should be closing the door on government purchase of third-party data, period. First, it is unclear how a data broker subscription for, quote, only information law enforcement could acquire without a warrant, unquote, would work. By suggesting that some data can be purchased, we open up a Pandora's box of hypotheticals instead of turning off a tap that should not be on to begin with. Second, when Section 2703 of the Electronic Communications Privacy Act, which this bill amends, was passed back in 1986, the Internet was in its nascency. At that time, there were few, if any, data brokers purchasing data and selling it to the government. I am confident that if they had existed then, third-party data sales would have been included in the prohibition against service providers sharing their data with the government without a warrant. As I said, I appreciate what the gentleman is trying to do, but I cannot agree with this approach. I oppose the amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is...
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Nadler from New York
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. I strongly oppose Mr. LaLotta's amendment. He makes a great point. We all want to stand with law enforcement. That is a unifying position for Republicans, and I think most Democrats want to support them as well. Nothing in this bill prohibits them from doing their job. The Fourth Amendment is a restriction on government activity, though. They're already used to getting warrants for all kinds of things. The novelty is the way that they acquire data to avoid getting a warrant or a subpoena. And in fact, under the Electronic Communications Privacy Act and the Stored Communications Act, they're required to get a court order. This amendment doesn't make it clear that this isn't an effort to expand that, to say, nah, you don't really have to do that anymore. It's an expansion of surveillance without a warrant instead of the purpose of the bill. So it is hostile to the entire purpose of the bill. It guts the core of the protection that is meant to be, restored here. And so for that reason, I oppose Mr. LaLotta's amendment and strongly encourage our colleagues to do the same so that we can pass a very functional Fourth Amendment's Not for Sale Act and restore the infringed right to privacy that Americans need restored. And I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I remain prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, has a right to close. So you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say that we support law enforcement officers and take away the tools they need to do their job. My amendment would strike a proper balance between ensuring our government does not use a third party to violate the Fourth Amendment while at the same time preserving the ability for law enforcement to do its job. Without adopting my amendment, this bill will make it almost impossible for state and local and federal law enforcement to investigate crime. We should be making it easier for law enforcement to do their job rather than tying one hand behind their back, while at the same time, we should protect against government's warrantless searches and seizures of American citizens. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. We all support the police. We all support criminal investigations. But we all support, we hope, the Fourth Amendment, the requirement to get a warrant of probable cause in order to search something or somebody. This bill is to avoid an end run around that by the government purchasing information from data brokers for which they should need a warrant. This amendment would gut that and destroy the whole purpose of the bill. The bill is essential to protecting liberty and to protecting the protections of the Fourth Amendment, and I urge defeat of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose, the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. For what purpose, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4639, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4639 and has come to no resolution thereon.
Okay. Texas. For what purpose, the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1149, I call up the bill H.R. 6046 and ask for immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6046, a bill to designate Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization and impose certain sanctions on Ansar Allah and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-29 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Foreign Affairs or their respected designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, Let me rephrase that. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure. I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
I now recognize myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, we're here today because of the egregious errors of the Biden administration. The Biden administration's failed policies have emboldened the Houthi rebels at the expense of our regional partners. By projecting weakness on the world stage, this administration has invited aggression. The Houthis were previously designated as a foreign terrorist organization, or FTO, and especially designated global terrorist organization. Then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo issued both designations in January 2021. This was in response to the Houthis' violent takeover of Yemen's capital, years of civil war, and wide-scale suppression of Yemeni civilians, as well as hundreds of cross-border attacks on Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. The Houthis undertook this entire campaign of destruction with the backing of Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism. Regrettably, the incoming Biden administration removed the 2 terrorist designations, even though Houthis continued to traffic in terror. Removing these designations with no concessions only emboldens the Houthi rebels. After this designation was removed, the Houthis breached the former U.S. Embassy compound in Yemen after the Biden administration removed that designation. They forcibly detained several current and former U.S. Embassy locally employed staff and international aid workers. And Houthi cross-border attacks against Saudi Arabia doubled compared to the previous year. But the Houthis' terrorist activities reached new heights after Hamas's October 7th, 2023 terror attack on Israel. Since then, the Houthis, with the support of Iran and their Hezbollah proxies, have undertaken a deadly and disruptive campaign. They have launched over 100 missiles and drone attacks on global shipping in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. The Houthi missile and drone attacks have killed mariners and even sunk a ship. The Houthis have hijacked a ship and continue to hold its crew hostage. Iran and Hezbollah are, according to declassified U.S. intelligence, directly involved in the Houthi campaign against international shipping. These disruptions pose a serious threat to the global economy. Ships are rerouted around the Horn of Africa, adding approximately 10 days in additional travel time and up to $1 million in fuel costs. And insurance premiums for ships using the Red Sea has increased tenfold. The United States and our international partners have responded with military force to defend against the incoming attacks, and in some cases, undertaken strikes on Houthi military infrastructure in Yemen. But we need to be exerting all forms of pressure and deterrence on the Houthis to stop these attacks. We cannot ignore the Houthis' true nature. Their slogan, Mr. Speaker, is death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. They are a terrorist organization and must be designated as such. This will ensure that all forms of support the Houthis are subject to sanctions or criminal penalties. While the Biden administration reimposed this special designated global terrorist designation, it's really substantially has carve-outs that have weakened the impact and essentially rendered it useless. The stakes are too high, Mr. Speaker. One only think about last Saturday night when Iran fired missiles and drones, over 300 of them, into Israel. The first time in history that Israel's fired rockets out of Iran into the state of Israel. We must take action. And that's why this bill directs the Secretary to redesignate the Houthis as an FTO with no exceptions and no carve-outs. The Houthis are waging an all-out war on global commerce and freedom of navigation, and Iran is bankrolling them. If the United States and international community do not respond, we are, in essence, yielding to the demands of the terrorists. We are emboldening them and empowering them. The Biden administration's weakness invited further Houthi aggression. Now it is up to the Congress to act and preserve our national security. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6046, which would force the administration to designate the Houthis a foreign terrorist organization, an FTO, a designation that risks jeopardizing the very life-saving assistance Yemeni civilians are dependent on for their survival. Let me be clear. Everyone in this body recognized the threat the Houthis pose both in Yemen and the Red Sea. We've seen the Iran-backed proxy launch a campaign of missile attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea, attempting to halt global trade, violating international law. Their disruptive campaign has not only endangered merchant vessels, but also United States personnel, with the clear stated intention of harming Israel and any of its allies. That said, I believe that this legislation is the wrong approach. The Biden administration has undertaken the correct approach. In response to the Houthis' unprecedented attack in the Red Sea, the administration, as it does, we don't do things by ourselves, he worked multilaterally with more than 40 countries to curb the Houthi behavior while not escalating tension in the Middle East. The administration has targeted military strikes on Houthi targets and implemented specially designated global terrorist sanctions with appropriate humanitarian provisions, working collectively with our allies, not America alone, is the way that we win this battle. That is the correct route, not this measure, which does not address the Houthi threat. Instead, it undermines the United States' national security objectives in the region and endangers innocent Yemenis who are already on the brink of perishing. First, H.R. 6046 mandate does not include humanitarian provisions, thereby unnecessarily punishing millions of Yemeni civilians. This would create a scenario in which commercial vessels and humanitarian organizations would not be able to continue to provide life-saving goods to many Yemenis due to severe criminal penalties they'd incur for doing so. After nearly a decade of brutal war, the majority of the Yemenis, nearly half of them children, face serious malnutrition, and millions more Yemenis remain on the brink of starvation. This legislation would only deepen the humanitarian crisis at a time when aid is most needed. That is why a broad coalition of NGOs and humanitarian organizations oppose an FTO designation without humanitarian provisions. And while some may point to existing general licenses or provisions as a mitigating factor, the legal implications of an FTO designation and the sweeping consequences it entails without regard to type of activity or transaction renders such licenses moot without any such new statutory authorizations or exemptions. Secondly, This designation would also undercut important ongoing diplomatic efforts by the United States, the UN, and European countries to achieve de-escalation in the region. The world together. That's how, and that's the right thing to do. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this bill is theatrical. It will have no real-world impact on the Houthi behavior. Zero, none, nada. But would likely serve as a public relations win and a recruiting fodder for the movement. While at the same time, the people that would be punished are the Yemenis, those innocent children and women and men. And it is unnecessary. This and any future administration already has the authority to implement such a designation per Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. For these reasons and others, I urge my colleagues not to support H.R. 6046, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, a member of the Committee on Appropriations and the author of this bill.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McCall. Thank you for your leadership on this bill as well. It's greatly appreciated. I'm grateful that we're considering my bill, H.R. 6046, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act, today. This legislation would reimpose the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation on the Iran-backed Houthis, as well as reinstate additional sanctions against the group. The Houthis have long been a source of terror and violence, not only to Yemen, but to the whole region. And yet, for incalculable reasons, the Biden administration refuses to call them what they are. They are terrorists. President Donald Trump rightfully classified the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization in January of 2021, after a series of heinous attacks against civilians. However, in a shocking and politically motivated retraction, the Biden administration reversed President Trump's decision just 1 month later, further empowering the Iran-backed Houthis in their acts of terror. The Houthis have carried out a series of ongoing attacks in recent months, including ballistic missile and unmanned aerial vehicle attacks against international shipping vessels in the Red Sea. The attacks began last year when Houthi forces landed a helicopter on a cargo vessel and seized the crew. Since then, there have been more than 40 attacks on commercial ships by the Houthi rebels. We express our deep gratitude to the brave men and women of the USS Carney, who have taken defensive measures against the Houthi anti-ship ballistic missiles on multiple occasions to safeguard the waters of the Gulf of Aden. Tragically, 2 Navy SEALs were recently lost at sea and later declared ceased after a U.S. operation to intervene and seize Iranian weapons being transported to the Houthis. American blood has been spilt because of the Houthi terrorists. And over this past weekend, the Houthis joined Iran's assault on our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. While the Israeli Iron Dome and the United States Central Command thankfully intercepted 99% of the projectiles, the Houthis' growing aggression represents an existential danger in the region. In response to these ongoing attacks, the Biden administration felt pressured, and so they recognized that they had to do something. So they designated the Houthi movement as a specially designated global terrorist group in January. But this lower tier designation is simply not enough. It comes nowhere close to matching the force of a foreign terrorist organization designation. President Trump designated the Houthis as both, and they should be both designations. The foreign terrorist organization designation as provided in this bill goes much further, allowing for special criminal penalties for material support like military supplies, immigration restrictions, and the ability for victims to seek damages. H.R. 6046 would require that the Houthis receive the foreign terrorist organization designation within 90 days after the enactment of this bill. The Houthis' intentions are abundantly clear. But by passing my bill, we make our intentions perfectly clear that the United States does not bargain with nor capitulate to terrorist regimes. As the sponsor of this legislation, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 6046, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act, to forcefully show that there will be consequences for the Houthis' egregious acts of terror. Thank you, and I yield back to the chairman.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speakers. Ready to close.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on Environment, Manufacturing, and Critical Materials.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6046, the Stand Against Houthi Aggression Act, which I am proud to be a co-sponsor of. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I'm appalled that I have to say this, but the President of the United States has emboldened Iran to attack our greatest ally in the Middle East and the only democracy in that region, Israel. In February of 2021, the Biden administration removed the Houthis from the U.S. list of foreign terrorist organizations. This was a terrible, terrible misjudgment that mirrors this administration's complete lack of authority on issues of national and international security. Iranian-backed terrorist organizations have repeatedly proven that they will carry out the Iranian regime's radical Islamic ideology to no ends. This weekend was a sobering reminder of that. It's time to hold Iran and its proxies accountable for their actions. This requires that the U.S. take a firmer stance against Iran's state-sponsored terrorism. The Stand Against Houthi Aggression Act places the Houthis back onto the list of foreign terrorist organizations where they should have been all along. And it imposes immediate sanctions on any individual associated with the group. If President Biden refuses to lead, I hope this body will step up in his absence to fight against anti-Semitism and state-sponsored terrorism. Anything less than that, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Reserves.
The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. No further
gentleman
speakers.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 6046 would force the administration to designate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization without humanitarian provisions, and consequently make the humanitarian crisis in Yemen even more dire. Now, Mr. Clyde says that the Biden administration doesn't want to call the Houthis what they are. But let me read what they are, and sanctioned already. They are a specially designated global terrorists. That's what the Biden administration. And the difference between the two, being a SDGT as opposed to being an FTO, is one allows humanitarian aid in and the other doesn't. This bill would have significant adverse impacts, creating a situation in which humanitarian organizations and commercial shippers would be reluctant to provide food, aid, and medical equipment to Yemen out of fear of the severe criminal consequences this bill would impose. It does nothing really to change the Houthis' behavior. It just hurts innocent Yemenis people. So I support the administration's efforts to counter Houthi actions with targeted military strikes and the implementation of that specially designated global terrorist sanction, which includes the humanitarian provisions that this bill lacks. This is by far the better path towards ceasing hostile Houthi actions. The Biden administration approach holds the Houthis responsible for their violent, destabilizing actions without deepening the crises for innocent Yemeni citizens. So I'm going to stand with a broad coalition of NGOs and humanitarian organizations and those that understand the wealth and the need and the richness of human life, trying to save human beings, not turning our backs on them, and with a piece of legislation that will do nothing really to the Houthis or change their behavior. So all of these NGOs, all of these humanitarian organizations oppose an FTO designation without humanitarian provisions. So I encourage my colleagues to do the same. We should make sure that the NGOs and the humanitarian organizations are able to help save innocent lives. So I oppose this bill and ask my colleagues to oppose this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me just say I learned one thing in my 20 years here, and a history major as well, that it repeats itself. And, you know, if you message weakness, that invites aggression, conflict, and war. If you project strength, you have peace. Whether it be Israel, whether it be Ukraine, whether it be China and their ambitions with Taiwan, we are projecting weakness. And now what we're seeing around the world are global hotspots. The world is on fire now, Mr. Speaker. These fires lit by a policy of appeasement. When they lifted the FTO designation on the Houthi rebels, there's a direct cause and effect. I respect my good friend from the other side of the aisle, but messaging counts. Deterrence does count. What happened after the Biden administration lifted the terrorist designation? We had cross borders on Saudi Arabia that doubled to over 400 attacks, more than 180 on international shipping, and they're shutting down the Red Sea in commerce. We are just only emboldening, and unfortunately, the policy in the Middle East has always been to appease and accommodate Iran so that, gee, maybe Iran will one day sit down and we can break bread and have this glorious Iran deal. Now, I'm an idealist and an optimist, but I'm also a realist and pragmatic in my world view. That was not going to happen. And what have we seen? The Biden administration lifted sanctions on energy. $80 billion in energy sold to China. $80 billion going to Iran to kill for terror operations through their proxies. $80 billion to send missiles and rockets and drones to Russia to kill Ukrainians. And it's all connected. Those three are our adversaries and our enemies. All three of them. This is not the time to be sending a message of weakness to the largest state sponsor of terror. For to do so only will invite more aggression. We also have let go and waived and let expire sanctions on the drones and missiles manufactured by Iran. Think about that. That just went away. So guess what? Iran can now sell their drones and missiles wherever they want, putting more money into Iran for their terror operations. And I can go on, but We know what's happening there. We saw what happened last Saturday, the reign of terror. Thank God we have provided the United States the monies for the Iron Dome, David's Sling, and the Arrow, which brought down 99% of these attacks were actually brought down and stopped and intercepted because of this partnership against terror. So I would say to our service members defending freedom of navigation right now in the Red Sea against the threat of Houthi rockets that they intercept every day. And for the other side to say it's not connected to Iran just defies our U.S. intelligence community. We know exactly where it's coming from. They are the proxies. Iran, the Ayatollah, is the head of the snake, and the proxies are the tentacles. It's time to deal with the tentacles. It's also time to cut the head of the snake off. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the previous question is ordered and the bill on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossed and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. The opposed say no. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to designate Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization and impose certain sanctions on Ansar Allah and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is passed.
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor, a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, seek recognition?
Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1149, I call up Bill H.R. 4691 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4691, a bill to provide for congressional review of actions to terminate or waive sanctions imposed with respect to Iran.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rule Committee Printed 118-30 is adopted and the bill is amended is considered read. The bill is as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
And with that, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, even after the Trump administration rightfully withdrew from the dangerous Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA, the Biden administration entered office committed to pursuing a new nuclear deal with Iran. And throughout this administration's dealings with Iran, it was abundantly clear that Iran was taking advantage of the administration's blind commitment to negotiations just for the sake of negotiating. A nuclear Iran is not acceptable, full stop. However, throughout 2021, 2022, the Biden administration continued to push negotiations even as Iran escalated its nuclear provocations. Iran suspended compliance with the IAEA additional protocol. Iran installed new advanced centrifuges. Iran increased its uranium stockpile towards enrichment. Iran refused to cooperate with an IAEA investigation. In fact, I met with the director of the IAEA at his office in Europe, and he said that the Iranians had a cyber attack on their office and stole all of their documents pertaining to their investigations dealing with compliance from Iran on the sites. That is not a good sign of good faith. You can't negotiate with somebody like that. But still, they're intent on getting this nuclear deal done. And it became very clear that they were desperate to reach a deal, even if it was a bad deal. And the irony, Mr. Speaker, is this. The very individual charged by Congress and the administration, the special envoy to Iran, Mr. Mallory, is under FBI investigation for violations of his security clearance. That is our top negotiator to Iran. And my colleagues and I have been gravely concerned that this administration would lift Iranian sanctions in exchange for insufficient limitations on Iran's nuclear program. These concerns grew even more severe, again, after Rob Malley came under FBI investigation, which the State Department failed to notify Congress. When I invited him to testify about the Iran deal, I was told he was not available. And now we know why. It's deeply disturbing that the United States government no longer trusts the one who is spearheading our negotiations with an enemy regime. We can't afford any strategic miscalculations when it comes to Iran. Again, as I said in the prior debate, deterrence is key. And you only deter and get peace through projecting strength. These include including strengthening our economic sanctions. While they have eased them, every dollar that goes to the Iranian regime in any form has the potential to be deadly. And the events of this past weekend demonstrate that. Iran launched over 350 missile and drone attacks on our ally in Israel, unprecedented in history. Israel, the United States, and other partners intercepted 99% of these weapons. Iran is not 10 feet tall. But that is why this legislation is so important. Congress and the American people need an opportunity to review any proposed plans to lift sanctions, especially the ones that Congress has mandated on this rogue regime. This bill, which I want to thank my good friend Mr. Self on the Foreign Affairs Committee, also from the great state of Texas, this bill requires the president to report to Congress on any plans to terminate or waive sanctions on Iran. It codifies a process for Congress to conduct oversight of these proposed waivers and terminations. We have that power under Article 1 of the Constitution. Yet when they waive the sanctions that Congress passed, they're not notifying us. We deserve that right. And we have responsibility to keep the American people safe. And that requires the executive branch and Congress work together to determine the national security interests of the United States. Congress must have a say in any attempts to broker any kind of deal with Iran. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4691. As I've explained during committee consideration, I have serious concerns about what this bill means to the overall practice of American foreign policy and therefore must oppose to it. Some think diplomacy is weak and the only way you show strength is go to war. We've heard from generals that if the war was the only option that we had on the table, it would cost us much more in bullets and in armor, and that diplomacy helps deter military. In fact, I would say it is strength. Anybody can say, I'm going to fight. It is strength in trying to negotiate and dealing with diplomacy. And if that should fail, going to war should be your last alternative. Diplomacy and people in the State Department who exercise it is absolutely essential and strength, and brings others with us so that we're not out there by ourselves, working in a multilateral way. It is hard for any member, particularly me as the ranking member, to be opposed to a bill that is meant to increase congressional oversight of sensitive foreign policy issues. But in the specific case of this bill as drafted, were it to be signed into law, I believe it would damage America's ability to conduct effective diplomacy. And here's why. When dealing with our enemies, a strong diplomatic corps and a strong military are both necessary to achieve our goals. In the specific case of Iran, they can clearly see from our consistent joint military exercises, regional deployments, and last weekend's missile defense that we mean business. Our diplomatic efforts have also proven very effective. Case in point was the successful implementation of the JCPOA, which verifiably cut off all pathways to an Iranian bomb, the dangers of nuclear movement we now find ourselves in, where Iran has stockpiled highly enriched uranium and is limiting the access of inspectors, is the direct result of the short-sighted cancellation of diplomatic agreement. The Iranian nuclear threat has never been more dangerous than right now. And again, when we had the JCPOA working in a multilateral way with our other allies, and even at that point, two who are not allies. And when you speak to most individuals, IAEA included, who had eyes on what was taking place in Iran, once we pulled out and stopped using diplomacy, they have no eyes now, which is why Iran is more dangerous today than it was when they were in this agreement. So the United States must keep diplomacy on the table as a tool to address the Iranian threat. If this proposed bill is set into law, Iranian negotiators will know, and allied negotiators will know, that the executive branch officials in the negotiation room cannot independently make decisions. Our negotiators will be at an acute disadvantage. Other parties, friend or foe, will know any adjustment in sanctions implementation will become a subject to joint motion of disapproval. Carefully negotiated multilateral agreements risk becoming subject to partisanship. Where? Right here in the United States House of Representatives and Congress. Such an action is worrisome and also without precedent. I also believe that this bill directly interferes with NARA, that process. The bipartisan agreement currently in statute to provide Congress the ability to approve or disapprove a negotiated nuclear agreement. Diplomatic agreements with Iran are already subject to congressional review as a whole. This bill goes far beyond that statute. Even if the United States Congress cleared an Iran deal through a comprehensive NARA process, sanctions implementation would once again become subject to binding congressional review, risking the agreement itself. This legislation could also harm efforts to de-escalate tensions with Iran shy of a comprehensive agreement. if this or a future administration tried to negotiate a short-term diplomatic agreement on nuclear or other issues, such as regional troop protection, this legislation would interfere with that process. I also like to make a more general point about sanctions that I believe this Congress sometimes forgets. One I feel that I have to make over and over and over again nowadays in this Congress. Sanctions, guess what, folks? Sanctions are meant to be lifted if they achieve our goals. You don't keep a sanction if the goal has been achieved. Our nuclear sanctions were not passed to foment regime change in Iran. No matter how much we hoped they were designed to drive Iran to the table to negotiate an end to their nuclear weapons program. And if we reach the agreement that clears an aura, one that verifiably cuts off pathways to a nuclear weapon, we have to live up to our end of the agreement. Legislation like this one is designated to thwart our obligations, damaging our diplomatic flexibility and trustworthiness if we care about diplomacy. Now, maybe we don't care about diplomacy. I think that's the wrong way to go. But I think that we should very much care about diplomacy. Finally, some will argue that there is precedent for such a policy vis-a-vis Russia. That is inaccurate. The scope of Russian sanctions in CASTA is much smaller. For instance, national emergencies past and present are included in this proposed bill, but not in CASTA. The new Russian sanctions, EOs, aren't covered in CASTA, and any new Iran EO would be. There are also many sanctions in CASTA where there is no congressional review. This bill, however, would apply to the entire universe of Iran sanctions. And finally, CASTA mechanisms were established specifically to deal with Russian interference in the 2026 presidential election. It wasn't about trying to prevent legitimate diplomacy, as this bill will do. My friends and colleagues, we must look beyond Iran before going down this road. I've been around here 26 years, and I know that if passed into law, this type of policy will not stop with Iran. If this were to become law, it would only be a matter of time before the lifting of any sanction, no matter how small, would be subject to a congressional vote. It is our duty to provide the authority and the appropriations for effective foreign policy, not to undermine diplomacy in this manner. We cannot have 535 secretaries of states in a negotiating room. It never happens that way. You do not negotiate that way. Diplomacy does not work that way. So I say, please think. Think carefully before steering us down this road. Think what it means. If you think diplomacy is important, if you don't think diplomacy is important, and the only thing that is important is going to war, then we have a difference of opinion. So with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the author of this bill, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4691, my bill. In response to the surprisingly bellicose comments by the ranking member, Madam Speaker, no one wants to go to war with Iran. But when the Iranian regime chants death to America, or death to Israel, America's response must be swift with immediate deterrence. While I cannot compare to the chairman and the ranking member's years in this body, I did spend many years as a military planner, and I will tell you I agree with President Reagan. We know only too well that war comes not when the forces of freedom are strong, but when they are weak. A case in point, Iran's massive attack on Israel just days ago. Make no mistake, the Biden administration has covertly fueled Iran's global sponsorship of terrorism. 3 times in the last year, the administration signed off on a sanctions waiver to Iran, unlocking $10 billion that were previously frozen. Then in September, the president agreed to give $6 billion to Iran in exchange for hostages. Lifting sanctions freed up billions of dollars that Iran used to support terrorist proxies such as Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, and Hamas. Shockingly, after Hamas terrorists savagely murdered 1,200 innocent Israelis on October the 7th, the White House refused to correct course. Before President Biden was sworn into office, Iran had $4 billion in foreign reserves. That number today is $70 billion. Again, $4 billion before, $70 billion today. Congress was never involved in these decisions. And this is the only most recent tip of the iceberg. Let's not forget Obama's Iran deal, which most agree was a disaster. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, otherwise known as the JCPOA, was a plan of action to benefit Iran. The JCPOA did not end Iran's nuclear weapon production, but lifted sanctions, including access to at least $50 billion in liquid assets. Later in 2017, Congress passed a sanctions bill against the areas overlooked in the Iran deal by an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis. There is no reason to allow the White House to override Congress by providing sanctions relief to the #1 donor to Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, and Hamas. My bill, the Iran Sanctions Relief Review Act, will prevent just that. This legislation establishes a detailed procedure for Congress to review any action by the President to terminate, waive, or modify sanctions on Iran. Under the bill, the President must report to Congress on any proposed sanctions relief and the reasons for the change in policy. Congress must not allow the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism to get a payday as it continues to spread its malign influence at a global scale. Madam Speaker, Congress must rein in the actions of a lawless president. Congress must reassert Article 1 authority, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Further speakers, Madam Speaker, and I'm prepared to close after the ranking member.
The gentleman from New York. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think everyone has heard by now how important diplomacy is. And I think that we should show it in our budget. I'm a firm believer in diplomacy. Fact of the matter, the direct quote from General Mattis was, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition ultimately. And I guess my friends and colleagues from the other side of the aisle just want to buy ammunition. And that's why the State Department is continually being cut, because they don't really focus on or put diplomacy on the same level. And that's what's happening here with this bill. This bill would significantly impede America's ability to conduct effective diplomacy with Iran. By requiring that any adjustment in sanctions implementation be subject to a joint motion of disapproval, the bill would undermine diplomacy and U.S. negotiations, the U.S. negotiators, and makes clear to anyone sitting across from them on the table, that's the negotiating table, not the battlefield, where we hope we don't have to go, but we are prepared and have shown that we're ready to do it if we must. And that's discussed first at a negotiating table. But this will also let them, when we're at the table, those that are sitting across that table, that they have no authority to relax or adjust sanctions. It would subject any negotiations to undue congressional partisanship. Can anyone deny that what we see happening on this floor and what's happening in this 118th Congress, partisanship plays a huge role? In fact, we can't get anything done because of partisanship. Iran would know this. In fact, our allies would know this. Tied up partisanship. This would only weaken our position. This only compromises the agility required to address urgent international threats and opportunities. Moreover, the stipulations of this bill undermine the very purpose of sanctions, which are intended as tools to bring nations like Iran to the negotiating table, not as a permanent punitive measure. But if they do something where they're disregarding and we're not working together and are aggressive at that negotiating table, we also are letting them know what we're ready or have the capabilities of doing. This bill hurts diplomacy. It hurts trying to make sure that we're driving others to the negotiating table. So as General Mattis said, he doesn't have to buy more bullets. Let's fund the State Department. Let's promote and speak goodwill of diplomacy. It is the best way to move forward in a multilateral way with our allies. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with some of the things my good friend has said. I think diplomacy is extremely important. We deal with it on the committee all the time. It's called soft power. And then we have hard power. We sign off on foreign military weapon sales. And diplomacy at all costs needs to be tried. But when the diplomats fail, often we go to war or we have conflict. The question before us is twofold. One, has Iran negotiated in good faith such that we would both waive or not enforce or let expire sanctions, many of them passed by Congress? Second question is, are Article 1 authorities under the Constitution? All we're simply asking for is when we pass a sanction, or the administration does so, that they notify Congress. And I'll tell you why this is important. For months, I tried to get Robert Malley, our special envoy to Iran, into the committee to testify on this Iran deal. But guess what? They refused to come testify. Why? Because we then found out he was under investigation by the FBI for a potential violation of his security clearance. This great Iran deal that they talk about has only brought Iran closer to a nuclear bomb, closer to weapons-grade uranium. They could go to 90% in days. If they get a nuclear warhead from Russia or North Korea, then they have full capability and they will become a nuclear state. And we cannot let that happen. It also, they failed to declare nuclear sites in Iran. They kicked out investigators from the IAEA. And in one of the most horrific displays of bad faith in negotiations, Mr. Speaker, you know what they did? A cyber attack on the IAEA to steal their documents related to their investigations on the very sites that the JCPOA was supposed to allow them to examine. Then they blocked the inspectors from having access to these sites. Now, I'm all for negotiating. I'm all for diplomacy. I don't think the Ayatollah is a good faith partner here. And I don't think he has our best interest. And when they chant death to America, death to Israel, the little Satan, the big Satan, they're closer to a bomb than they've ever been. All we're saying is, Mr. Speaker, before you waive sanctions that Congress passed or not enforce sanctions, just let us know. I don't think that's a big deal. I mean, Malley wouldn't testify before Congress. We didn't know why, because they were hiding it from us. They didn't want us to know about the FBI investigation until the press reported it. And we found out from the press, not from the administration, but from the press. But let's look at some of the sanctions that they let expire and they have waived. And you tell me if that makes sense. The sanctions on energy, exporting energy to China, the majority going to China. We're allowing this axis of evil, Ayatollah, Putin, and China to work together with Iran, exporting energy. $80 billion from China went into Iran to fund the very missiles and rockets and drones we saw last Saturday night. First attack from Israel into Iran into Israel in history. Then they let the UN sanctions on exports to other countries for their missiles and drones to expire. Now we have a bill to reinstate those sanctions. The very same drones and missiles that was used to attack Israel last Saturday night. The very same drones and missiles that have been bought by Russia to kill Ukrainians. It's all interconnected. China's in this, the Ayatollah's in it, Putin's in it, and they're all profiting off of Iran, who they provide technical expertise. Iran makes the stuff and the energy that they then buy from them to put the money in Iran to reign terror. I think it's only fair that the American people, through their representatives under Article 1, have the opportunity to even know when they're doing this and not operate behind a veil of secrecy. For when a Republican president gets into office, what will the Democrats say then? If they are hiding things on sanctions and investigations, I think we'll hear the same argument that we're making on this side, that Congress, and that's why this is not a partisan issue. This is about this institution under Article 1. We have every right to know this, especially the sanctions that we pass in Congress. And we always put a presidential waiver in these things. But remember Nord Stream 2, we put a presidential waiver. Nobody thought that a president would waive sanctions on a pipeline to put Europe in a state of dependency on Russian energy. And look how that one worked out. And did we know about it in advance? No. Well, that didn't work out so well, did it? And right after Afghanistan, guess what happens? Putin, Russian Federation, in Ukraine. Chairman Xi's watching it. He's looking at Taiwan. No, we've tried. We tried acting in good faith with them. They're not acting in good faith with us. And the American people, through its representatives and the Congress, I say, have a right to know. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for congressional review of actions to terminate or waive sanctions imposed with respect to Iran.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I request
For what
the yeas
purposes
and
is
the
the
nays.
gentleman from Texas seek
On that I
recognition?
request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1149, I call up the bill H.R. 5947 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5947, a bill to provide for the rescission of certain waivers and licenses relating to Iran and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, we saw Iran unleash an unprecedented missile and drone attack on our ally, Israel. Iran launched over 350 missiles and drones. We are incredibly fortunate that Israel, the United States, and other partners successfully intercepted 99% of those weapons. Had they not, the damage would have been catastrophic. How did a regime that has been subject to international sanctions for decades have the resources to develop such advanced weaponry? The answer is that Iran is incredibly skilled at illicit finance, sanctions evasion, and exploiting every possible loophole to fund their malign activities. Time and time again, we have allowed ourselves to accept the fiction that we can issue sanctions waivers that give Iran access to funds for limited use on allegedly humanitarian transactions without enabling the regime's malign activities. We need to face facts. This is patently false. Money is fungible, and the Iranian regime does not care about its people, as evidenced by their wide-scale human rights abuses and repression. Under President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, Iran was starved for foreign reserve currency. This forced the Iranian regime to make hard choices. But with these waivers in effect, every dollar or euro that we provide the Iranian regime, even if purportedly for purchases of agricultural equipment or other humanitarian uses, frees up another dollar or euro that Iran's regime will spend on missiles, drones, its nuclear program, or its terrorist proxies. Beyond the question of money being fungible, Iran has a demonstrated track record of falsifying humanitarian purchases. In fact, the Department of Justice has previously charged a bank for, and I quote, facilitating transactions fraudulently designed to appear to be purchases of food and medicine by Iranian customers in order to appear to fall within the so-called humanitarian exception to certain sanctions against the government of Iran, when in fact, no purchases of food or medicine actually occurred, end quote. Enough is enough. With this bill, H.R. 5947, we are eliminating the sanctions waivers tied to the $6 billion in Iranian funds and restricted accounts in Qatar, and tied to the $10 billion Iran has received from Iraq in electricity payments. It is too dangerous to allow Iran continued access to these funds, even with the nominal restrictions on how they are used. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to revoke these sanctions waivers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition of H.R. 5947. You know, this legislation may be short, but is equally short-sighted, with considerable long-term consequences. Let's start with the impact this would have on Iraq. This bill would rescind a waiver that currently allows Iraq to pay for electricity from Iran. This waiver is what allows the Iraqi government to keep the lights on. Without it, massive blackouts would leave millions without electricity and cause precipitous chaos. It would hamper the fragile stability of Iraq, which it has achieved over the past several years. And I don't believe anyone in this body wants to see a return to an Iraq of the past, where Iraqis from previous decades suffered from never-ending wars and repression like that of the Saddam Hussein era. But the impact of this bill goes even further than that. It would harm and cause the Iraqi people terrible consequences. An Iraq without electricity serves no American interests and would do nothing to promote the United States' national security. Let's remember, let's not forget, ISIS emerged from a chaotic Iraq. ISIS, I repeat, emerged from a chaotic Iraq. Long-term consequences, short-term, a short-sighted bill. And when ISIS emerged, the result was not just widespread disorder, destruction, and violence in the Middle East, but the growth of a global terrorist movement that struck my home city and state of New York, Orlando, and San Bernardino, as well as Paris and Brussels and Barcelona. And yes, I agree. We absolutely need to help Iraq find alternative sources of energy besides Iran. But it's simply not true that Iran is filling its coffers with payments from Iraq. There are roughly $10 billion in Iraqi payments for Iranian electricity being held in escrow. And only very small portions of the money have been transferred to an account and Oman, into which the United States has oversight. And Iran can only access that account to purchase humanitarian goods like food or medicine. None of the funds, zero, nada of the funds, are going to nefarious purposes. Again, we are talking about some maybe we have a difference. We don't care about humanitarian causes and humanitarian aid and things of that nature. I know my side of the aisle does. Human life, innocent human life, is very important. And it's also how you show what our values are. This bill would risk our ability to have oversight and control of the $6 billion in Iranian funds we are monitoring in Qatar, and much more. This measure would have the opposite effect of what it intends to do, leading to less control of Iranian assets. So I'm deeply concerned that this bill removes all flexibility from our current Iran sanctions program. The point of sanctions, again, is to bring Iran back to, as I've said over and over on the various bills we've said today, the negotiating table. The negotiating table. Sanctions are not an end, but a means to an end. A diplomatic path, I say again, is the best path. And this measure removes the flexibility necessary for that strategic objective and the utilization of diplomacy. So let me also say a quick word about process. Yes, we need to respond to global events. And that is why I supported 7 Iran-related measures on the floor yesterday, just yesterday. And while I disagree with some of the other bills on the floor today, at least those pieces of legislation received proper committee consideration. And yes, we do on the Foreign Affairs Committee practice what I believe is some diplomacy. My friend and Chairman Michael McCall and I talk. We give a chance to try to work it out first. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. These bills never gave us the chance to do that. Process. This bill did not follow that process. It has not been marked up by the Foreign Affairs Committee, or, for that matter, the Financial Services Committee, or, for that matter, the Ways and Means Committee, or, for that matter, the Oversight and Accountability Committee. Even though every single one received a referral on this bill. Process. You know, in my tenure as the former chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, now the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, this week is the first time ever that we are considering a bill under a rule that had not gone through the committee process. And not only my time as a chair or ranking member, but almost an entire 25 years that I've been on the committee. This is, I believe, a very unfortunate precedent that we're setting here. And if we actually want to support, I know I do, fully, our ally Israel, what we should be doing is passing a bipartisan Senate National Security Aid Bill that would send important funds to Israel so that they could defend themselves against Iranian aggression, as well as, of course, supporting our friends in Ukraine and Taiwan and providing necessary humanitarian assistance. And I know we're going and we're negotiating, which is okay, but we know that, and we're going to try to figure out some of the things from what I'm hearing. But what we should be doing, what really is necessary right now, given the need of our allies, is just pass a bipartisan bill, 70 members of the Senate in a bipartisan way, passed it. It's waiting for us to vote on it. Now, many of us, and I think at least over 300 of us, will agree if that bill just had the light of day on the floor. Because our Ukrainian friends are at desperate end. They need assistance right now. What took place in the Middle East with the strikes against Israel, they need the money right now. Our Taiwanese friends need the money right now. And innocent individuals in Gaza need, and around the world, Sudan, need the assistance right now. If today we put that bill on the floor and let Congress do its will, it would be on the desk of the President of the United States either later this evening or first thing tomorrow, signed into law, and our allies that we claim we care for would get the aid and assistance that they need now. That is the bill we should have been debating in February. That is the bill we should have been debating in March. That is the bill that we should be debating today, really. Not this bill, which we will have far greater impact on innocent Iraqi civilians than any minuscule impact on Iran. And so I guess you know, I oppose this legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this legislation. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in order to return the attention to H.R. 5947, I yield to the gentleman, my colleague and friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, a member of the Energy and Commerce and Homeland Security Committees and the author of this bill, such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The theme that we're talking about right now is a complete overturning of a maximum pressure campaign on Iran from 2017 through the end of 2020. And in 2021, we began a new theme. And that theme was appeasement. Appeasement of Iran. Appeasement of its policies. An overturning of the JCPOA. A message to the world that we trust you, Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the globe. We don't think you're going to do anything. And that strategy has clearly not worked. I want to go back in time to September 11th, 2023. And instead of mourning our nation and standing firm against terrorism, the President of the United States took the anniversary of 9/11 as an opportunity to give Iran, the world's leading sponsor of terrorism, a $6 billion present. It's no coincidence that shortly following this foreign policy FAPO, the Iranian-backed terror group Hamas was emboldened to launch a barbaric attack against our democratic ally Israel, murdering over 1,400 innocent civilians and abducting hundreds of hostages, some of whom still remain inside Gaza. In the 6 months following those attacks, on that fateful morning of October the 7th, Iran's proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Shia militia groups and others, have continued carrying out terrorist attacks against Israel and across the Middle East, culminating in Iran's direct and unprecedented attack this past weekend against Israel. When it comes to foreign policy, the theme that I mentioned, a turning away from maximum pressure, a turning away from deterrence, a turning away from holding a hard line, and one towards appeasement, the president has gotten it wrong every single time. In fact, on September 10th, 2001, one day before the attacks on 9/11, September 10th, 2001, then Senator Joe Biden criticized President Bush's proposed missile defense system as, quote, dangerous and potentially disastrous, and that it weakens us. No, in reality, President Biden's decades-long strategy of appeasement is what weakens us. His choices have made our country less safe. They've resulted in the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal. They've emboldened our adversaries to attack our allies around the world. And when asked what his message to Iran was in the lead up to a possible attack on Israel that we knew about, the president simply said, quote, don't. Well, Mr. President, they did. And I agree with my colleague, the ranking member, that innocent human life is important. But I think the disagreement at this point in time is that we've had 3+ years of a strategy of appeasement that have not resulted in deterrence. It has weakened our interest, our allies, Israel, and others, not just in the region, but throughout the world. I want to talk about electricity. Yes, Iraq needs electricity. But the fact is that the waiver given by Secretary Pompeo at the end of the Trump administration was predicated on the theory that Iraq would reform its electricity system and that this would not be needed for a long time. That was 4 years ago. At what point is there accountability? At what point, after waiver and waiver and waiver given, do we cut the dependency? Do we reform the system? Do we make sure that the Iraqi citizens have what they need? This administration has taken an opposite approach. You know, when you look in the news just today, everyone around the world, all the major organizations, the major nation states are considering additional sanctions on Iran because they understand that appeasement doesn't work. They've made the decisions, the UN, the G7, even France have made the decisions to enforce stronger sanctions with no waivers. The theme is that President Biden over 3 years ago made a decision to go from maximum pressure on Iran that resulted in unprecedented deterrence and peace to a strategy of appeasement. And the examples are many. Appeasement and weakness have led to chaos and aggression. In fact, every intelligence briefing, every national security pundit, every talking head on TV, every person who knows anything about this subject has said the same consistent theme for 3+ years, that the threat from the Iranian regime towards the United States and our allies and partners and our interest has only increased. And it culminated over this weekend with an unprecedented drone attack. And we are so lucky that my brothers and sisters in arms, the U.S. military and our partners like the Jordanians, the Israelis, the air defense systems worked. That these brave airmen, these brave air defense personnel were able to take out these drones and prevent not a single loss of life, to prevent the death of anyone inside Israel. Unbelievable that that was able to happen. The reason that we are doing this, I believe, is because the founders of this country knew that there would be a time when checks and balances had to be issued. There would be a time when we had to have a check on the executive branch because they got it wrong. This doesn't have to be a partisan exercise. In fact, I hope it's bipartisan. I hope that we can all join together and say, We don't believe in appeasement. That strategy has not worked. They've had 3.5 years to see if it works, and it doesn't. And now is the time to stand fast. Now is the time to come together and to check the executive branch and to pass legislation that prevents the rescissions of these waivers, that prevents the $6 billion gift and other gifts from funding the Iranian war machine, the terror war machine that is sowing chaos across the Middle East and even broader than that region. If we remember back to September 11th, then we know that this threat is real. Let's believe the Iranians when they have threatened us over the weekend. Let's believe their threats, but let's not cower to their threats. Let's stand strong. Let's show deterrence. Not a single dollar should be allowed to go to the Iranian government. Not a single dollar should be allowed to go to the largest arbiter of terrorism on the planet. I hope that my colleagues across the aisle will join in regaining our Article 1 authority, will rejoin in asserting American leadership around the globe to send a strong message, not just to Iran, but to other would-be adversaries, that we are serious about defending freedom, that we are serious about defending Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East. My legislation permanently freezes all Iranian-sanctioned assets and prohibits the president from using any waiver authority, including licenses or guidance and otherwise, to lift sanctions. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand strong, to support this legislation, to pass 5947, to protect Israel, and to stop the Iranian war machine. And I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Ro Khanna.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the neocon march into another war in the Middle East. It is the same chorus. This time it's Iran. John Bolton, who blundered us into Iraq, now is calling for strikes on Iran all over CNN and cable news. And then you've got Senator Marsha Blackburn saying that we need retaliatory strikes into Iran. And of course, who can forget Senator Lindsey Graham saying, hit them hard, blow them off the map. This is foolishness. Let me be clear. The American people, Democrats or Republicans or independents, do not want another war in the Middle East. They do not want us to make the same mistake we made in Iraq. They do not want trillions of our tax dollars going into foreign wars, and instead they're demanding that we invest in jobs here at home, in childcare, in health care, in America. I call today for the American people to stand up against the foreign policy blob and against the establishment and prevent them from getting us into another war in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the rest of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I continue to reserve. No further speakers.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm ready to close.
Recognized.
I strongly oppose this measure, which would remove all flexibility from our Iran sanctions program and thereby strike a fatal blow to our ability to conduct nuclear diplomacy with Iran. Now, I've heard several times during the course of this debate about the failure of the JCPOA, of which at the time the IAEA had oversight. Individuals were knowing what and where the nuclear material was, and most of it, as being said now, was moved out of the country. Fact of the matter, if I recall correctly, General Mattis, who was initially an opponent of the JCPOA, after seeing what it was doing and functioning, became a proponent of the JCPOA. Said it publicly. That it was a way through diplomacy to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say with joy that the former president pulled us out of the JCPOA. I ask, what was accomplished by pulling us out? Are we safer? Is that what it did? Because if we're safer by being pulled out, what are we talking about now? Or are we in more danger? Or does Iran now have a greater opportunity to get a nuclear weapon? Do we know where the materials are now, since it was a good thing to pull out of the JCPOA? Or do we know less? Do we have more access now since we pulled out of the JCPOA? Or do we have less? So why this thing about pulling out of the JCPOA was such a great thing? I am more worried today about Iran getting a nuclear weapon than I was when we were in the JCPOA. I asked my colleagues, were you more worried when we were in the JCPOA than we are right now? Because what I've heard that you're worried right now about where Iran is with a nuclear weapon. And back then what we were talking about was diplomacy to try to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon. Are you telling me now, because we don't know, we should just go to war? There's choices to be made here. I think we were much better off using diplomacy, getting access to what was going on, watching them move nuclear material outside of the country, than just saying we're going to blow you up. No oversight, nothing, no contact, no one looking in, no information, other than that they're free to do whatever the heck they want to do now. They're free to do because they no longer have to be at the negotiating table. So are we safer now? Or were we safer under the JCPOA? Additionally, let me say, this bill would have greater consequences across the entire Middle East, particularly in Iraq, which this bill would restrict from purchasing Iranian energy. And I remind us again, let's not be short-sighted. No energy, chaos in Iraq. What happened before? ISIS was created. Blackouts across Iraq would sow societal chaos in Iraq. Does that help serve our national security objectives in the region? I don't think so. If implemented, this bill would undermine the tenuous stability Iraq has worked to establish after decades of war. Are they perfect now? No. One said, whoa, 4 years ago. 4 years is a short period of time when we're trying to do some major accomplishments here. And importantly, this measure may also cost our ability to do what? What we say we want to do, to monitor and control the Iranian funds in Qatar and elsewhere. Do we want to lose control and don't have oversight of that either? Then you want this bill. smart sanctions, a smart sanctions policy has a purpose. It's not a blunt tool to wield in an effort to induce regime change. That does not work, and has never worked when it was used just to try to have regime change. Our sanctions policies must be flexible and allow for the United States' national security objectives to be realized through thoughtful, and I'll use this word one more time, thoughtful diplomacy. A waiver is always necessary to that purpose. Our Middle East national security objectives should not be about providing, well, what it should be. Let me say, what it should be is about providing Israel aid as part of our national security supplemental and providing humanitarian aid to starving individuals. That's what it should be about. That's what we should be voting on. That's what we should be debating on. Not just today, we should have done it months ago. Months ago. It shouldn't be about cutting off Iraqis from electricity, creating chaos and the possible rise again of another terrorist group similar to ISIS that killed Americans and allies abroad. This bill should be opposed. This bill is short-sighted. This bill doesn't accomplish what we need it to do and what we need to do. Let's vote it down. I oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again returning our attention to the consideration of the bill at hand, H.R. 5947, Congress granted these waiver authorities over a decade ago, hoping that they could be used to help the Iranian people without compromising our national security. What we've seen in the last 10 years is that Iran cannot be trusted. These waivers failed. The JCPOA itself granted access to at least $50 billion to the primary sponsor of terrorism around the world. Since then, we've seen some $70 billion at least given to the Iranian regime by the Biden administration. Iran continues its dangerous, deadly buildup of weapons and other capabilities. The Iranian people continue to suffer at the hands of the regime, which uses evasive tactics to divert money that should be spent on their people to support other malign activities. Again, Iran is the primary sponsor of terror around the world. And now our partners and allies all over the Middle East are also victims of Iran and its proxies. We have a responsibility to the freedom-loving people of the Middle East not to be funding their oppressors. We need to revoke these waivers. We need to do it today. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for the rescission of certain waivers and licenses relating to Iran and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.